Okay, so yesterday I did the faction rules for Stormcast Eternals, and today this is just part 2. We're going to be looking at the Warscrolls, and there's a lot of things to keep in mind, I suppose. We've got access to like +1 attack on our infantry, +1 to wound on anything, +1 to their save during your turn as well. There's some debuffs on enemy units through the magic. And I guess we'll see some more buffs coming through this. And we've got some artifacts in particular that are going to be good on those powerful combat heroes. So I guess we've got to keep those in mind when we're evaluating these Warscrolls. All right, I've got the battle profiles here as well. We might check in for points every now and then, but once again, like with the last video, we're not really evaluating how powerful these things are. Because the points are likely to change if they're unbalanced, and I expect the game to be pretty unbalanced. There's so many changes at once that it's really, really difficult to predict how the meta is going to go. So we're just focusing on making sure like each unit has a role. Maybe there's some synergy there, some tricks you can do with the units that make them a bit more interesting. Stormcast have a habit of being a bit dull, maybe. Because a lot of people see them as the like beginner army, so a lot of the time their rules are a bit simple maybe, but if they're designed well, they should be easy to understand, but then still interesting to use, which can be a bit of a balancing act sometimes. All right, so I wonder if I can zoom out a little bit more, and that looks all good, and we need highlight as well. So I think you guys will still be able to make sense of that, and I can see maybe 1 or 2 clicks in. Yeah, that's better. There we get all the rules, and you guys can read them too. Okay, so Liberators come in 5s. 1 in 5 of them gets a Grand Hammer. Can't be the champion, which I know a lot of people have modeled their Liberators so that the champion has it. Which is a bit sad changing it, but then again, they also have released a new line of Liberators, so I guess they're designing this Warscroll for the new models. 5 move, 2 health, 3 up save. This is a very, very common wheel in Stormcast Eternals. Almost all the infantry have this, unless they're like Vanguard or something like that. With the Warhammer, 2 attacks, 3 threes, 1, 1 with crit mortal. So one other thing I guess to keep in mind is all the Warscrolls have lower damage output. It's made up for in some armies by the fact that you have 3-inch reach on everything. So if you're a big horde army, your Warscrolls probably went down in damage a lot more than others, because in the past, a big part of the reason you weren't doing much damage is because you were only attacking with the front couple ranks. But for something like Liberators pretty much always got all of their attacks in. So in this case, actually their profile has gotten better. I'm pretty sure they didn't do as much damage as this in the past, and this is an improvement. Their crit mortals makes them versatile, and they can sort of do some damage against anything. And overall, this 3s and 3s profile with 1 rend, that's actually a very good stat line in the new edition. So they hit okay. They're not going to be like a hammer or really an anvil, but they're sort of a versatile backline type of unit. You can use them for a lot of things. Sort of not quite good enough at anything to be a specialist, but they have that sort of Space Marine curse of being good enough that they'll cost you a fair bit, but that's sort of the gimmick of the army. And then the hammer does an extra damage. The Grand Hammer. Stalwart Defenders. Add 3 to this unit's control score while he's contesting an objective wholly within friendly territory. I feel like I'd like this ability a lot more if it didn't say wholly, because the fact that it's wholly means it's very dependent on the battle plan. A lot of the time, battle plans will just have objectives that are along the middle line, and in those cases, this ability doesn't do anything. But I think this is a solid thing, assuming that these guys are meant to sit around babysitting objectives, and they're not like your frontline units, but their role is to be strong enough that your opponent's chaff can't take the objective, pretty much. They can deal with chaff, and so your opponent has to like commit real resources in dealing with Liberators. And with Stalwart Defenders, they've got enough control score that you can't just send like a unit of 10 skeletons or something to take an objective off Liberators and guarantee that you're going to have more models on that objective than the Liberators, because their control score is going to be 8 with the 5 of them. I think they might have a banner. Oh no, they don't have a banner. So their control score is going to be 8, and the skeletons are unlikely to kill a Liberator. Maybe they get one of them. Whereas the Liberators are very likely to kill a bunch of skeletons. So these things, I guess the position or the role is they have to be able to defeat enemy chaff and look after objectives and guard them from enemy chaff taking them. And so this is a neat universal sort of ability. I just think maybe the holy restriction means that there are some situations that it's not going to be useful in, and I don't really like that. They have several of these units, so we're going to look at Vanquishers. Vanquishers and Vindictors, which we'll look at next. These are all pretty much the same unit. Oh, I got to take my notes. So non-heroes, we got Liberators, bonus at holding objectives, holy and friendly. IE, and crit mortal. So crit mortal means they're very generalist. They can fight a lot of things, and they just sort of get a generic boost against most of them. Vanquishers, so the same thing. They got the same wheel, and it's good to see that they've got the 3+ save, because I'm pretty sure these guys had a 4+ in the previous edition, and that alone made them not usable compared to Vindictors or Liberators. But now they're on an even footing in terms of the wheel. The difference here is, instead of having crit mortal, you've got anti-infantry +1 rend, and you've got this effect, and you don't have the grand hammer. So add 1 to the damage characteristic of this unit's celestial greatswords for attacks that target an enemy unit that has 5 or more models. That's going to be those chaff units, and remember the sort of the job of these guys is to protect your objectives from chaff units, or to be able to clear chaff units, sort of thing. It just has to beat their chaff. They're not your hammers, they're not taking out the really durable and important units in your enemy's army necessarily, but they're durable enough that they can force your opponent to commit real resources to them, and they do enough damage that they can take out the weaker units in your opponent's army. So this, I actually think, is a really good way of expressing that role. Instead of being more defensive and objective holding, they're really good at clearing out those screens of more than 5 models. I think if this said 10 or more, this ability would be much weaker, but this hits all the like 5-man cavalry units, and I think light cavalry in 5s is going to be very, very useful for armies that have it, because of the way coherency works. The 5-man cavalry units can spread out and take up a lot of space and still be very cheap. So being able to crash these guys into a light cavalry unit and then have a really powerful combat profile, like this buff is a really big buff, going from 1 damage to 2, and with the anti-infantry, they're going to deal a lot of damage. And I like that this is not restricted to infantry. Yes, they don't get their +1 rend if they're fighting cavalry, but a lot of these light cavalry units are going to have like a 5+ save or something anyway. The rend's not as important as the damage. Being damage 2, they'll actually clear out those units in short order. So I think Vanquishers are definitely useful. They have the full thing. So one thing that's interesting, Liberators don't have the standard, and the standard, I'm pretty sure, gives you an extra control score. So Vanquishers have the champion, musician, and the standard bearer, and that means that they actually get +1 to their control score all the time. So when you compare it to the Liberators ability, these guys get +3 while they're contesting something holy and friendly. Vanquishers get +1 all the time. So I feel like maybe they're a little bit worse at chucking wounds towards heavily armored targets because they don't have that crit mortal, but on average, I reckon you'll be better off. Vanquishers do the job of Liberators, probably a bit better than Liberators do, but they're so close you could take either of them and not feel bad about it. So, say no banner, which is important because their ability is to hold objectives or to get a bonus for objectives. Vanquishers, they've got damage 2 against 5 or more models. And anti-infantry rend full command. So I rate Vanquishers. I like the way they look a lot more, but if you like Liberators better, honestly, they're both totally usable. Vindictors, similar thing. So we've got the Storm Spear, 2 attacks, 3 threes, 1 damage, and this time they have anti-charge rend instead of anti-infantry or crit mortals. We've got anti-charge +1 rend. And same wheel, hold the shield wall. Effect, if this unit did not charge this turn and it is in combat with an enemy unit that charges this turn, roll a dice. On a 4+, this unit has strike first for the rest of the turn. Okay. So I complained a lot about Lightning Echelon, that you don't know if you have strike first until you get into combat. And so this might look the same, but it actually, it sort of offloads the problem onto your opponent. So this is actually a really useful ability compared to Lightning Echelon, where with Lightning Echelon you're trying to make plans and you can't because you don't know the information. This flips the script and puts your opponent in that position. Okay, yes, it would be better if you had a guaranteed strike first, but even if you don't, your opponent still has to consider that you will when they're making decisions. And when they charge this unit, like again, if we're thinking about that situation where they're trying to use a chaff unit to take an objective or something, or maybe even something that's a bit better than a chaff unit, because we're not really worried about the damage a chaff unit might do to Vindictors. But if they're trying to take that objective, there's a solid chance that these guys get to strike first, and when they do, they have Rend 2 because they've got anti-charge, and they might actually do a fair bit of damage and take out some of your units. So you have to overcommit when you're fighting Vindictors. So I actually think these guys are pretty good. It's a shame you can't countercharge with them and then still get this effect. They're probably not worth spending the 2 points to countercharge with, though, unless like maybe if you've got a reinforced unit or something like that. But I actually think this is a kind of a neat ability. I'm not sure out of these three which one is like the best choice, but I think they're all okay. They're slightly different, but they all do sort of the same job, and they do it well enough. And I don't mind this on the receiving end. I just don't like when you're trying to charge and you don't know if you have strike first. So Vindictors, anti-charge, and Four plus strike first when charged. Yeah, I like all of those. Those are pretty neat. They do take up a lot of space having all of these like duplicate options, and I'm usually not a big fan of duplicate options, but in this case I don't think there's any serious deviations such that like one of them is just a useless Warscroll. And that was the big problem before. We had like Vanquishers that had a 4+ save, and the job of the unit was to like stand around and not die, to just sort of exist in place, to be a screen and to deal with enemy light units. And having a 4+ save just made them not nearly as good at their job. All the other stuff is not that important, whether they have anti-infantry or whether they have crit mortal. They're not doing that much damage anyway, and you don't want to rely on them to be damage dealers. Having them be a little bit prickly is kind of helpful. Having them be able to, like Vindictors here are prickly. Having them be able to kill some units, actually deal some damage. My bet's on Vanquishers. I like these the most. I think Liberators are a good versatile unit because they've got that extra damage from the hammer, and the crit mortals means they can sort of hit everything. It's easy to underrate that, but when you look at these, they do get extra damage, but they lose some just native damage by having a worse ability up here and having missing that Grand Hammer. So all three of these I think are just fine units, and you know, I just use the one I have. I wouldn't go out of my way to buy different ones. All right, Celestant Prime. So move 12, 10 health, 3-up save, and importantly, only a 5-up ward. All of these heroes lost their 4-up ward, I'm pretty sure. They all used to have 8 health, 3 up save, 4 up ward, so it's easy to keep track of them. I think they're slightly different to each other now, but they're all back on the 5 up ward. Movement 12, he's still pretty quick. I think that might have been his movement before. And you got the Comet Strike Scepter. 1 attack hits on a 2 up. Each time this unit attacks with the Comet Strike Scepter, if the attack scores a hit, do D3 mortals. I think this is a fairly significant reduction. I thought he used to do a little bomb of mortal damage, but this is not bad. That's still a good shooting attack to do, especially range 18. A lot of things got reduced range. We'll see when we get down to things like the, I think it's called a Knight-Judicator, the big Terminus Great Bow guy. Pretty sure he has range 18 as well, which is just baffling to me. He's got such a big bow, but yeah, there it is. Lots of units got reduced range. Retribution, Galmaraz, 4 damage here. I think that might be up from 3. And it's just got a flat 6 attacks. So this thing used to have 4 attacks, and then it would, or maybe it was 3 attacks, and it would go up by 2 attacks every turn that he remained in the Celestial Realm. I remember it being 7 attacks if you waited 2 turns. So I think it's maybe base 3 and you get +2 every turn. 3s to hit, 2s to wound, Ren 2 with crit mortal. That's a fairly slappy combat profile. So I'll expect him to do a fair bit of damage. Retribution from on high. Pick this unit if it is in the Celestial Realm. Subtract the current battle round number from 10 to determine this unit's strike zone. Set this unit up on the battlefield more than a number of inches equal to its strike zone from all enemy units. Okay, so I feel like the math is like the old Battleshock math, where when you try and do it in your head, it'll be a bit confusing, but pretty much this is a 9-inch distance on turn 1, 8 inches on turn 2, 7 inches on turn 3, 6 on 4, and 5 on 5. That's how far away he has to be deployed. I think this is a really poorly designed ability. The previous edition, he just had a guaranteed charge out of Deep Strike. He could use his Celestial Orrery or whatever it was called to like read the future and just guarantee that he rolls a 12 on the turn that he comes down. Now, this is much weaker. If you wait the 2 turns, like before, the whole gimmick with Celestant Prime was you probably wanted to wait 2 turns before he hit the battlefield. Now he's got more damage straight away, and that's kind of neat, but this ability is much worse. If you wait 2 turns, then you're putting him 7 inches away, and even anyone who played the Annihilators with the Lord-Imperatant in 3rd edition will tell you that 7-inch charges with a reroll fail all the time. I think this could have been pushed maybe a little bit more. Maybe if it started at 8 inches and then still had the same progression. But I just don't think... I'm not sure you even want to use this. I think maybe you just deploy the Celestant Prime on the battlefield, or deploy him on turn 1, 9 inches away, doesn't matter, and just start shooting people with the Comet Strike Scepter. He's infantry, and that means that he's got guarded hero, so he's got -1 to hit, and he's also not able to be shot from more than 12 inches away. He has a pretty good shooting attack. He doesn't do more damage if he gets in combat later on. He flies with movement 12, so he can kind of get where he needs to go anyway. I think you just want to get him on the ground dealing damage straight away, and this ability kind of doesn't help you much. I suppose you can leave him in reserve and he's a little bit more likely, but I wouldn't want to rely on this. Even on turn 3, I guess. 3 is really pushing it. You'd have to... I guess that's when he came down before, but you can still fail that charge distance, and he spent so much time up in the sky when you could have been shooting, and you could have been threatening a counter charge and you're dealing damage. Before, I think the reason you delayed him 2 turns is because he just actually didn't do much damage with like 3 attacks, or even with 5 attacks. It was kind of not that much damage. You really wanted him to hit the ground and kill something. So I don't like this ability or the way it's designed, but that doesn't mean he's bad. The only thing I'll note here is that this is a very similar deal to Andrasta, and I think Andrasta does this better. Like, she has a decent shooting attack, and she's got a really beat stick melee profile, and she can charge out of reserve. She charges on 3d6, but she always charges on 3d6. She doesn't just get this bonus while in reserve. She can charge, maybe when she's doing a counter charge, she can charge 3d6. So I feel like maybe Celestant Prime is going to be a tough pick over Indrasta, but maybe if you're taking both, you might enjoy it. I don't know. All right, so Celestant Prime. He's like, I think the important thing is it's up 9 away, -1 for each round. And then it'd be 10 -1 for each round. Decent shooting. Probably not as good as Indrasta. I don't think you'll take him, but points depending. Like maybe he's cheaper or something. Yeah, you never know. Gardus Steel Soul. So Gardus, I'm just going to quickly check Gardus's points because in the previous edition, Gardus was, he's technically a unit, but in reality, Gardus is, all right, 200 points. In reality, Gardus is a sub-faction rule. You used to have to, his 5-up ward would only work on Hallowed Knights, and Hallowed Knights had a really weak sub-faction rule, and Gardus was dramatically undercosted. So if you wanted to play Hallowed Knights, the sort of allegiance ability was that you get to take Gardus Steel Soul. He's like an auto-include in the Hallowed Knights list. There's very little reason to play that sub-faction if you're not playing Gardus. So he costs a little bit more now, and I think his abilities are going to be a little bit worse because you can take him in any list. And he works properly with every sub-faction. So 6 health, 3-up save, 2 control, 5-inch move. I think this is very, very common for the Stormcast hero wheels. This is the sort of standard profile. He's got 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1, 2 damage with crit auto wound. Frustratingly, there's many, many Stormcast foot heroes, and they all have a slightly different version of this. I get that differentiates them, but it also means that you are going to have a hard time remembering exactly which one is which. So they frequently have 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1 ren, 2 damage, but sometimes they might reduce their attack by 1 and have maybe they have crit mortals or anti-hero or something. They just have a slightly different ability and maybe a different number of attacks by 1, which can make it hard to remember them all. But this is a fairly standard combat profile. It's not a lot of damage. It's not terrible, but it's not a ton of damage either. Aura of Purity. Effect, if this unit charges turn, for the rest of the turn, friendly Stormcast Eternals units have a ward of 5 up while they're wholly within 12 of this unit. That's quite good, but I guess this guy doesn't move super quick. You can use it when you use counter charge, so having a little defensive block with Gardus in the middle. Before, they would have just got the ward from standing near him, but now if one of them gets charged, he can charge in and the units get a ward, and a 5-up ward is pretty good on Stormcast. So yeah, that's usable. Once per battle, your charge phase, Saintly Assault. Declare pick up to 3 visible friendly Stormcast Eternals infantry units wholly within 6 of this unit to be the targets. For the rest of the turn, add 1 to charge rolls for the targets, and add 1 to attacks characteristics of the target's melee weapons. So wholly within 6 is very tight. I guess the idea is this guy you might deep strike them all at once. This guy goes in the middle, and then 2 units go, one either side of him, and they all get +1 to charge. +1 to charge isn't enough to make a 9-inch charge. This is, just your charge phase, and they get +1 to the attacks characteristics, so you really do want to be making those charges. Awkward to fight with 3 units unless you have some way to make your opponent strike last, because they'll get to fight back in the middle. But I think this is good. I just don't think you use him out of Deep Strike. There might be a combination with the Lord-Imperatant, but then the 3 units that you're picking, it's just a really tight blob. But we'll see the Lord-Imperatant. I guess I might talk about it then. But the Lord-Imperatant lets you deploy units closer, and I think he lets you deploy 3 of them, or move after you deep strike or something like that. So there might be a bit of a combo with Gardus and the Lord-Imperatant, because I think the Lord-Imperatant's bonus is not quite enough either, but together they might be enough. And things like +1 to your charge roll can be really useful for, so it's infantry only, but that'll include things like Celestant Prime. So you could drop in Gardus, the Celestant, maybe he's deploying 8 inches away or 7 inches away. And then he's got +1 to his charge roll, so he's very likely to get in on that turn, and he'll have add 1 to his attacks characteristic. He obviously doesn't really benefit from the 5-up ward, but this is not a bad ability to have once per battle. And +1 to charge is much harder to find in the new edition than in the old edition. So I think Gardus is okay. He's sort of got a role, but it's not enough for himself. It's not like a whole new technology where you can charge out a deep strike. Plus ward or in 12 when charged. So 5+ ward in 12 when charged. And +1 attack, +1 charge for infantry once per game. Alright. And he's got a 5-up ward as well, just built in, always has a 5-up ward. So he's fairly survivable. 200 points, he might be alright, actually. Knight-Arcanum. This guy was terrible in the previous edition, and because he specifically dealt with manifestations and nobody used manifestations, it's sort of like, what's the point? I have a feeling he'll still be bad. Anyway, we've got this standard hero wheel. He's got a Valedictor's Stave, 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1 d3 damage, so not much damage. He has anti-manifestation +1 rend. The manifestations tend to have really bad armor saves, so this doesn't matter much at all, and his combat profile is not great, right? You would be better off using any of the other heroes that are like combat heroes to fight a manifestation. Even though you don't have this +1 rend, the rend doesn't matter. You're better off having 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1, 2 damage. That'll take out a manifestation much more reliably than this combat profile, where even if you hit all your attacks, you might just not roll enough damage, right? This profile just doesn't do enough damage, but maybe they've got some bonus down here. I don't know. Add 1 to casting rolls for this unit when it uses a summon ability, and add 1 to banishment rolls for this unit. That's kind of neat because banishment can be a bit difficult sometimes, and your opponents are much more likely to use manifestations. Enemy manifestations cannot pass through or end any move within this unit's combat range unless they started that move within this unit's combat range. That's kind of neat. Stops you from being charged by manifestations, but my understanding is that manifestations are very, very weak. There's a potential for this to be quite useful, but I'm guessing it won't be. This is a hyper specialization, and you have lots of other tools to deal with manifestations in other ways. The only situation that I can see is if it becomes a really popular strategy for like, there's a battle tactic where you can't be in combat, and the counterplay is to summon a manifestation and charge your unit so that you're now in combat and failing the battle tactic. This can stop that, but even if this guy's like standing near a unit, they can still get in combat range with the unit. They just can't get in combat range with this guy. And so 3 inches it's not huge. This unit has a 4-up ward against mortal damage inflicted by manifestations. A bit weird. This is only against mortal damage. Why wouldn't he just have a 4-up ward against any damage inflicted by manifestations? A lot of manifestations just have attacks now that don't do mortal damage. So that's a bit of an odd restriction. And he's a wizard 1 infantry. I think he's too specialized. There are other wizards that are a bit more generic, do most of the stuff this guy does 90% as well as him. Like they can still use banish and they can still fight manifestations and deal a bunch of damage to them. The bonuses this guy gets are very niche and they only work for targeting a thing that's not a very powerful strategy anyway. Your opponent's never going to rely on manifestations. They're always just going to be like some extra thing that they're doing. So Not a big fan of the Knight-Arcanum. Bad attacks. +1 to summon and vanish. I don't think you have a wizard that's just +1 to cast. So I suppose if you really want to cast your manifestations, but I don't think they're that important for you to cast. And then you've got like a 4+ ward against mortals only from manifestations. Only. Pretty specialized and not very useful. Also, just one thing to mention before we move on. Your hero slots are really limited because of the regiment thing. Every hero you take is going to be an extra drop unless there's like... so for example, this was 0-1 Stormcast Exemplar. The Knight-Questor, I'm pretty sure he is a Stormcast Exemplar. Yeah, he can join an eligible regiment as a Stormcast Exemplar. So this is like the bonus hero. You can get a Knight-Questor in addition to your other heroes, but aside from pretty much just him, all of the heroes are their own drop. And you want to be like 2-drop. So you're going to be looking for 2 heroes, then probably plus a Knight-Questor if you like the Knight-Questor. And having a hyper-specialized, not great one-cast wizard just means that he's unlikely to like be the choice for that slot. All right, Knight-Draconis. So this is the Stormdrake Guard guy, the hero version. He's got move 12, 3+ save, 11 health, 5 control. That's a solid wheel. And the Draconic Flame Streams, range 10, 4 attacks, 2, 3, 2. So very reliable damage, but only 4 damage potential, which is, I mean, it's okay. It's a little bit of extra chip, but yeah, it's not going to do a ton compared to, I remember they used to just like roll a dice and get a bunch of mortals, and I'd often have, I think I played 2 games against dragons, and both of those games I was running Manfred, and like 2 dragons just rolled really hot on like the first turn and just did a ton of mortal wounds to him and pretty much killed him outright. So yeah, that potential is totally gone. At most you'll deal 4. Pretty reliably you'll deal 2. So it's not nothing. It's a bit like when you look at the Celestant Prime Scepter, it's going to reliably deal about 2 damage. This is kind of like that, just shorter range. So it's not bad, but definitely not what it used to be. Melee weapons, Aeon Fire Blade. You've got 5 attacks, 3s and 2s. 2 rend, 2 damage. I'm a bit sad this has no abilities. This used to be like a rend 3 sword, and it's literally a flaming sword. It's a very, very impressive looking weapon on the model. But here it has literally no abilities. That's a bit confusing. I really expected like crit mortal or something like that, but it does have like 2s to wound. Maybe that's it, because it's flaming. It has an extra 2s to wound. All the rend has gone down, so I expected the rend 3 to go back to rend 2. That's kind of fine. This is still, the whole profile, the whole unit has rend 2, but it's not a ton of damage. Like the Draconith hits on 4s. It's only got 4 attacks, but still like decent amount. And this is all hard to judge as well. Reaction. Opponent declared a spell ability. If this unit or a friendly Stormdrake Guard unit wholly within 12 of this unit was picked to be the target of that spell, roll a dice. On a 4-up, ignore the effect of that spell on this unit or that friendly unit. This unit can use this ability more than once per phase, but only once per spell ability. Okay, so you have to have a Stormdrake Guard unit or himself, and then they're going to be wholly within 12, and it's a 4-up ignore on that. So they moved this, I'm pretty sure the Stormdrake Guard just used to have a spell ignore, but now it's on the hero. I can understand Stormdrake Guard are a really expensive unit, right? If we look at how many points they cost, 360. And if you take a reinforced Stormdrake Guard unit, you've got 720 points plus this guy. That's a lot of points. It's like half your army is balled up in that. And it can kind of suck if your opponent has like a powerful debuff spell think like Soulblight have a -1 damage spell. It can suck if they put that on your 720 point unit and now it just sucks. So I think that's sort of the point. Like these are all 2 damage profiles. I think the Stormdrake Guard might have a similar thing. Maybe they have +1 damage on the charge with they have 1 damage Lancers that get +1 damage or something like that. So I kind of understand the rationale here, but I've never been a fan of abilities like this, partially because almost all the good spells target friendly units. They're buffs for friendly units, but also just because it creates a weird situation where, like when you're playing Soulblight, on the Soulblight side of this equation, the way that you deal with this unit, you don't have shooting. You have to fight it in combat. It's generally going to outmatch almost anything you put up against it. It can pick its targets because you're moving at like 4 inches a turn. It can fly. So it's very, very hard to like bring a powerful unit to bear to kill this thing in combat. One of the ways that you want to deal with the Knight-Draconis is by debuffing it, because that's how that army has, like that's the tool that army has to deal with powerful units like the Knight-Draconis, or I should say like the Stormdrake Guard, not the Knight-Draconis, the Stormdrake Guard. But then this says, well, no, you just as an army can't really deal with it. It's very frustrating from the Soulblight perspective, and it's kind of random. Other armies will have abilities that nerf the unit, like Nighthaunt will have a Krulgas Cruciator, for example, who will lower your damage by 1, but it just doesn't happen to use a spell to do it. Or another army will just deal with these units in a different way. They'll use shooting or something like that, and so again, they're not using a spell. So this is just, it's like a kind of a hate ability. It specifically hates out magic, and I don't think magic is the kind of thing that's universal enough for a rule like this to be sensible. It's not like all of the debuffs in the game come from magic spells. It's like some armies really rely on them and other armies don't, and you just randomly hose some armies that rely on them. And so I don't really like this sort of ability because of the design. So Knight-Draconis, he's got a 4+ spell ignore for Stormdrake, including himself. He's a Stormdrake, that's fine. Alright, once per turn, army, any combat phase, Wrath of the Draconith. Pick a friendly Stormdrake Guard unit within this unit's combat range to be the target. Effect, roll a dice. On a 2+, add 1 to the attacks characteristic of both this unit and the target unit's Draconith fangs and talons for the rest of the turn. Okay. That seems pretty good, right? It has to be in combat range, so you've got to be in a really close formation. But a 2+ is really reliable. Add 1 to the attacks characteristic of this unit and the target's Draconith fangs. Oh, it's just this one profile. So it's not +1 attack to everything. It's specifically just the Draconith fangs. Okay, and they hit on 4s, so at most you get 4 extra attacks. Or 5 extra attacks, because you'll get this guy, and then you'll get your 4 Stormdrake Guards get +1 attack. And they're hitting on 4s. I'm glad it's reliable, because it's not that many extra attacks. And I guess you're probably going to use all that attack, but I hate analyzing rules like assuming everything is +1 to hit, because you also want to use all that defense and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It's a little bit extra damage. I think the question for this guy, because I know people who've played dragons, the question is like, your points are really tight in this army, and I think before you used to have to take this guy as your general to make the dragon's battle line or something like that maybe, but now you don't, and I'm wondering whether you care enough about what this guy is doing to buff the units. Like, do you need the spell ignore? A lot of enemy armies won't use spells against your dragons, so this is wasted points. Do you need this damage bonus? Like, you could just, put in more other units. How much does this guy cost? We got Knight-Draconis. $280. So not quite as much as 2 more Stormdrake Guard, but still quite expensive. On the other hand, we looked at the artifacts, and they're quite good on beefy combat characters, and this guy's probably beefy enough where those artifacts are quite good. If you give him the mirror shield, they can't shoot him, or they can't shoot him very easily, I should say, and that is one of the, I was talking about this ability being kind of narrow. Well, if you can't shoot him either, then you start to stack up these layers of defense where you're backing your opponent into a corner and they don't have that many options to deal with him. You can't debuff him with magic, you can't debuff the Stormdrake Guard, you can't shoot this guy. If you need to get the magic and you're a shooting army, like if you need to get the debuff on the Stormdrake, you can't shoot the hero and then debuff the unit. Those sorts of things tend to stack up. So like Mirror Shield won't be a bad option on this guy. I think you probably prefer the Quicksilver draft, but even then, this is not that dangerous a combat profile. Yeah, I'm not sure he makes the distance for whether you bother including him or not. Extremis Chamber. All right, so all the Extremis Chamber guys have this. Each time you make an unmodified save roll of 6 for a combat attack that targets this unit, inflict 1 mortal damage on the attacking unit after the fight ability has been resolved. So you get some reflect damage. It gets better if you have a ward, I suppose. Or if you have a really high armor save, but I think all the Extremis Chamber guys just have a 3+. So the reason that gets better is because you'll make more save rolls on the same number of wounds, and so you'll have more opportunity to roll 6s. You imagine if you had a 6-up save and 5 wounds, then you would just take 5 or I guess 6 hits, and then your unit would die. But if you have a 2+ save, you have to throw a lot more attacks at it, so you get to make a lot more save rolls. So if you have a better armor save, this is better, but they already have a really good armor save. It's mostly just if they get the ward, and there are, like we've seen with Gardus and things like that, ways to get the ward to that you get to make just more save rolls in general. The thing stays alive for longer. I'm not sure if I love that ability or not, but it's Extremis Chamber. This is a weird thing to have, but so Extremis Chamber is all the Draconith guard. I think it might be the Star Drake as well. If I just have a quick look, I think it's the Star Drake. What's that? Lord-Celestant on Star Drake. Extremis. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is Extremis, and those are the units that are typically quite durable. They're very, very big. They have like a big wound pool. Even though it seems like I would expect them to be more aggressive and damage dealing for their ability, this sort of does work. And they did have, I don't know if I mentioned this already, but a lot of the rules are like homages to previous rules, or they're drawn from previous rules. And there was, I think there was a spell that did this, that gave your units this effect. And sometimes you would stack up defensive buffs on like a Star Drake and put that spell on it, and you would actually get to reflect a few points of damage. The fact that it's on a save roll means just intuitively higher damage attacks mean that you're going to make fewer save rolls for the amount of damage you're taking. So higher damage attacks against Extremis Chamber guys, you'll get less reflect damage. And I think that's generally what you'll need to take out things like Stormdrake. They're a really tough unit. They got a lot of wounds and a good armor save. You're going to be using really high quality, high damage attacks against them. So this probably does less damage than you think it will. It's a fairly small bonus. Yep. Okay. This guy exists to buff up your Stormdrake Guard. I'm not certain that you bother taking him. I think you might just take more points of Stormdrake Guard or other units because the buff there is fairly small. But oh well, it seems like he might be usable as well. It depends on like points and stuff. Knight-Judicator. So we got an extra movement because he's a Vanguard. He's a Vanguard. Oh no, Warrior Chamber for this guy. Oh well, a lot of the like Vigilors and stuff that have an extra movement, the shooting guys. So move 6, health 6, 3-up save, 2 control, Terminus Greatbow, Very weird that this is 18-inch range to me. Like, look how big it is. It's a walking ballista. Like, this guy is a siege weapon. At the moment, his bow is like 36 inches or something. So this is a massive range reduction for him. But anyway, he's got 3 attacks, 3s and 3s. I think that might be a reduction in something. I feel like he might have had 2s at some point, but I could be wrong there. 2 rend, 3 damage. So pretty likely that you only get 3 damage out of that profile most of the time. Like, you're going to miss an attack and you're either going to fail to wound or they'll pass an armor save for one of the other attacks, and maybe one gets through. So not a super threatening profile. And then he's got really bad melee attacks. 3 attacks, 3s, 3s, 1 damage. This guy hits like worse than a Liberator. He doesn't have any abilities at all. No crit auto wound or extra rend or anything like that, which I kind of would have expected, but he does have something else going on. So passive, Faithful Gryph-hounds. This unit's Gryph-hounds are tokens. After setting up this unit on the battlefield for the first time, place both Gryph-hounds next to it. So I think part of the big advantage of this guy is that he came with other units, and they could be used to screen things out. And I think they might have even had the warning cry ability on them, which I didn't really see anyone use, but that was actually quite useful for a specific build, like having a lot of shooting units and protecting them with Gryph-hounds so that if enemies deep strike to near you could defend yourself. Anyway, once per turn, your movement phase, Hunting Hounds. Declare if this unit was not set up this turn and any of its units' Gryph-hounds are on the battlefield, pick an enemy unit within 12 to be the target. So kind of sad, kind of set up this turn. Roll a dice. On a 1, remove one of the Gryph-hounds. On a 2+, pick one of this unit's Gryph-hounds that is next to this unit or next to an enemy unit and place it next to the target instead. So you put the debuff on them and you've got like 2 charges of the debuff. You lose 1 charge if you roll a 1, and you can have up to 2 units debuffed at once, pretty much, or as many as you have charges. While any of this unit's Gryph-hounds are next to an enemy unit, add 1 to the hit rolls and wound rolls for this unit's shooting attacks that target that unit. Okay, that helps a little bit because 3s and 3s is a bit lame. So going up to 2s and 2s. If an enemy unit is destroyed or removed from the battlefield while any of its Gryph-hounds are next to it, place those Gryph-hounds next to this unit. Okay, so you don't lose your debuff as well. I think this only works on his attacks. Yeah, for this unit's shooting attacks. It seems awfully specific, and he doesn't get around. I really expected this guy to get around the guarded hero ability to just have a rule that says, like, he can shoot units that have the guarded hero ability. And especially, like, if this... It could have been that this debuff had a range of, like, 18 and that it had that in the ability. It's kind of fun, but I don't know if it's good. I don't think you ever take this guy. Because, again, your hero slots are really limited. And so you're just taking this guy purely on damage output. He's unlikely to do that much, and he's not even that long range. You can't set up next to an enemy unit, put the Gryph-hound on them, and then hit them on 2s and 2s. You have to walk into range to do it. And then when he gets tagged in combat, he can't shoot at all, and he's got garbage melee attacks. I don't think you take this guy. Was he a Knight-Judicator? Gets +1 to hit and wound from a weird dog mechanic. It's kind of fun. It's just not very good. Doesn't do much of anything. 18-inch range. No bonuses. Is he Ren 2? He is Ren 2. Yeah, I just don't think he gets there. He'd have to be so cheap. Knight-Judicator 160. Oh, he's a lot cheaper. I remember him being quite expensive because he came with extra units. But I don't know, your hero slots are so tight that I just don't think you're going to want this in your list. He doesn't really do anything, doesn't really have a role. Knight-Questor. This guy is important because of that ability to take him in other battalions, because he's a Stormcast exemplar. I think he might be the only one as well. So, 5 move, 6 health, 3+ save, 2 control, ordinary Stormcast wheel. He's got a Questor Warblade for 5 attacks, 3 threes, 1, 2, anti-hero +1 rend, crit mortal. Hey, this is one of the better versions of the Stormcast weapon profile. Getting this anti-hero +1 rend for free, getting crit mortal, that's just neat to have. That's one of the better abilities you can have on a weapon profile. So he hits a bit harder, still not like insane damage, but not nothing. This ability, we're going to see a lot of this ability, a lot of it, and every time you see it, you're going to feel sad about seeing it. Reaction, you have declared a fight ability for this unit. Pick a friendly Questor Soulsworn unit that was not used for that has not used a fight ability this turn and is within this unit's combat range to be the target. The target can be picked to use a fight ability immediately after the fight ability used by this unit has been resolved. Okay, so it's just my hero fights and then the relevant unit fights. Lots and lots and lots of heroes will have an ability that lets some other unit fight after them. Some of these abilities give a little bonus, like you get +1 to hit for the unit fighting after them. This is a terrible ability. They have reused it so much, I think they could have found a way to make it a keyword, right? Make it like guarded hero, or have something that's just like this thing, like heroic leader, and then have a keyword stapled after it, like infantry or cavalry, or even just like Questor Soulsworn, and then they'd have generic rules in the core rules that are like, yeah, the way this ability works is you fight with the hero, and then you fight with anything that has the keyword immediately after, and then maybe you would have an ability on the Warscroll that says like, when you use that ability, you get +1 to hit, or something like that. This is, in my mind, this is basically blank text. Most of the time, what is happening is you get this combat profile on top of it. Sometimes people read the ability and they're like, oh, I get to fight with the whole unit in addition to my hero, and it's really powerful because I get to fight with the whole unit, but it's the other way around. Obviously, you could just pick the unit to fight as a default, and the only thing this ability gets you is that you also get to fight with the hero at the same time. Usually the hero doesn't do enough damage. This is an okay profile, but this ability, most of the time I'm just going to ignore that it's there, unless if it gives you like +1 to hit or something, it's kind of neat, I suppose, but it's very difficult to use compared to if it was just a buff. If it just had like, pick a unit in 12 inches that gets +1 to hit, that would be much better, much more usable. And instead you have to like fight with the guy. So if your opponent charges the unit and doesn't get the hero in combat, you can't use the buff and all that sort of stuff. I really dislike this as a design direction. All right. Ignoring that, we'll have a look at the Questor Soulsworn later. I actually think this unit is kind of cool. The Questor with the Questor Soulsworn. So, once per battle, army, deployment phase, ordained quest. Pick an objective wholly outside friendly territory. That objective is considered by you to be quest marked. I want to point out something about this. I think you might need an FAQ on it, but I'm fairly certain this doesn't override the restriction that he has to be on the battlefield. So if you deploy him in the Celestial Realm, he can't use this ability. Okay? That's really important from what the ability does. It might need an FAQ, but I'm fairly confident there's definitely no way around that. Also want to look, so we'll read the passive first. His will be done. Effect, while this unit is contesting a quest-marked objective, add 3 to this unit's control score. This unit has a ward of 5+. So, this ability is once per army, but this ability doesn't care if this guy quest-marked the objective. So you can take 3 Knight-Questors if you want. One guy gets deployed and makes the objective quest-marked. Then the other guys get deployed using the Celestial Realm ability, and maybe they can get deployed directly on the objective, and they have add 3 to their unit's control score, and they have a ward of 5+. So they're quite durable. This might still not be worth it. There are other heroes that have like a good control score. Having a ward of 5 up is neat, but you're not doing that much damage. But this guy is a little bit like the Lore Seeker. And when you see the Questor Soulsworn, I'm pretty sure Questor Soulsworn have an ability to teleport this guy. So it's very, very similar to the Lumineth Realm Lord's Lawseeker, where there's like this guy who deploys on an objective and he might be able to hold it for a turn or two because him and his friends all have a 5-up ward. They're like a bit more than a speed bump. Your opponent actually has to spend some time fighting them. And I think it's kind of neat because this guy is that Stormcast exemplar, because you can just have one of these in your regiment and it doesn't increase your drop limit. The fact that he's kind of good, I think, is neat. Or not kind of good, but like does something, has a unique purpose. When I see people playing the Lawseeker, it's generally sort of like a fun mini game for them. I don't know if people like playing against the Lawseeker, but that's interesting as well. So you can only have one quest marked objective, but you can have multiple Knight-Questors. They'll get the benefit for it if you want. That's probably not worth doing. So this guy I think is really interesting. I actually really like this guy. Even if he's not great, I think he looks good and he does something interesting and could be really good. So speaking of to be quest marked, might need to be on the battlefield to do it. +3 control and 5+ ward while contesting. All right, so that's a neat ability. You can also use like translocation on him just to teleport him, even if the Questor Soulsworn can't do it. Translocation is a little bit unreliable on turn 1, but because you can use magical intervention, you can charge up some points for. It's got a 4+ answer value, so you can charge up some points, and if you don't get the teleport on your turn, you can do it in your opponent's turn, or vice versa. Like you can charge up points in your opponent's turn, and then you can use the teleport in your turn at the start of the turn. So I know the Lawseeker I think gets deployed at the start of the game or something right on top of an objective, and they've got like the little Sanctuary of Armon something that is a sort of a combo with them. So this might not be quite the same thing, but very close. You can do some cool, this guy's going to go stand on an objective and hold it for a couple turns. I think it's kind of neat. All right, the Knight-Relictor. This guy sucked. This guy was so bad. They have a habit of doing this. They'll do like a really, I guess, efficient release box. And when you buy the release box, the previous one was Dominion with the Cruel Boys and included these guys. The current one is the Scaventide box. Often there will be small downsides. Like the kits are not the same kit, right? We got Gut Rippers in the Dominion box, but they weren't the same Gut Rippers. They were like push fit ones that don't look quite as good, and they're not quite as posable as the ones that you buy in the Gut Rippers box. They don't have the actual champion. They've got a different unit. They were missing like a musician or no, the banner. They're missing some elements of the command, which is inexplicable to me. That's really annoying. The heroes just tend to be really bad. You got a lot of Stormcast heroes, and pretty much all of them were bad. The Knight-Arcanum and the Knight-Relictor and the Knight-Vexillor were not used very often. So you're paying a lot of money for things that are actually rules-wise not very useful. And you get there's a lot of downsides, even in generic units like Gut Rippers. Gut Rippers are useful, but there's like a downside that's kind of hidden, and it just really bugs me that Games Workshop does this. I'm not sure why they do this. It doesn't cost them more money to have one of those Gut Rippers have a banner or have a musician, right? It should have the full command in the Gut Rippers. But this one, I think maybe they do this because there's loads of these. People buy the Dominion box, they have a bunch of heroes, but they don't want to make them all excellent. And I just think that's sad. Like, to me, it would have been nice if the Knight-Relictor was just just a Lord-Relictor, but just an alternative sculpt for it. They do this with Space Marines all the time. There's lots of different Space Marine captains, lots of different Space Marine lieutenants. You can just get ones that look the way you like. So it's very flexible with having lots of different variants of the same good unit. I think they could have done this in Stormcast. There's so many duplicates in Stormcast in general. If the Knight-Arcanum was just the Knight Incantor, but a different look. And if the Knight-Relictor was just a Lord-Relictor with a different look, I think that would be fine. But instead, they keep making them and just making them terrible. And this Warscroll is going to continue that tradition. All right. So we've got the standard hero profile, but we've got 2 fewer attacks. So pretty cruddy, no ability, really weak in terms of damage. Relic Sensor. Pick an enemy unit within 12 of this to be the target roll of dice. On a 2-up, subtract 1 from ward rolls made by the target for the rest of the turn. Boy, even if he ignored ward rolls entirely, maybe you'd take him. There are lots of wards floating around, but subtract 1 is a very marginal ability. A lot of enemies won't have wards. A lot of enemies will only have a 6-up ward, so subtracting 1 doesn't do very much because the ward isn't doing very much. You have to be within 12. This is not great. It would be okay if like he was your only priest and he was really cheap or something, but he's not. You have good options for priests, so you probably won't take this guy. And I think that's a shame. I think he's a cool looking model. People like the, what is it, Knight-Relictor. People bought him in Dominion. They want to paint him up and use him, but still you don't have a good reason to. So like -1 to ward rolls on a 2+. Even if you just had an aura, that would be better. Why wouldn't this just be like a 12-inch aura of -1 to ward rolls? It could even be an 18-inch aura, you know? Then we're starting to get somewhere. But like, I don't know, the extra damage that you inflict by reducing their ward rolls by 1 is going to be, like 1 or 2 points. And he reduces his own damage by 1 or 2 points by just having a bad weapon. Even if he's cheap, right? Because of this problem with the regiments, you can't just have like cheap foot heroes. You don't want to spam cheap foot heroes. You want your heroes to be really impactful. So this guy, bad design in my opinion, doesn't cut the mustard. Just sad for the Knight-Relictor. He's a cool looking dude. Yeah, I was really hoping he'd be playable, but I guess that's what you get. Knight-Vexillor. So same wheel, except he gets 5 control. I kind of like that the banner guys get 5 control. Your banner, your standard bearer in your units, they get extra control. I like the idea of like literally you plant the flag on the objective. This is my objective. That's kind of neat. It's thematic. 5 control is quite good. I mean, you compare it to something like the Knight-Questor. The Knight-Questor has 2, and then you have to stand on the specific objective to get 3 extra control score. This just always has 3 extra control score. The only reason you wouldn't, in my opinion, you wouldn't take the Knight-Vexillor over something like the Knight-Questor is just because of that regiment battle profile restriction. The Knight-Questor can go in as a Stormcast exemplar. This guy can't. Anyway, he's got okay attacks. He still drops the damage and the ability, but has this ability, any hero phase, pick D3 friendly Stormcast Eternals units wholly within 12 of this unit to be the targets. Add 3 to each target's control score for the rest of the turn. In addition, heal D3 each. That's kind of neat. So not only does he have 5 control, but he can give D3 friendly Stormcast Eternals units 3 to their control score. So he can always give himself another 3. And so like he's 8 control and then potentially give another up to 6 control. I don't know how much this is going to be relevant. There's also I think it's a heroic trait, something defender, where you can give an aura of an extra 3 control. So like maybe a Knight-Vexillor with a couple tough units or like a couple units of Annihilators sitting on an objective. That might actually be a very, very difficult ball of control score to get off that objective. I'm not sure if that'll be viable, but I like that there's the options for it. I'm hoping that that's sort of like a build you can do that works and makes sense, especially since like he heals them. If they are those like shield Annihilators with a 2+ save, that heal is doing quite a lot. You could combine it with some of the other effects to give wards to make that unit really, really durable and have a really high control score. So I think there's a little bit of play in this guy as compared to the Knight-Relictor and the Knight-Arcanum. He was on the edge of playable in the previous edition as well. I don't know if this will get him there, but these control score things are kind of neat. And this guy doesn't have to be on the objective himself. So he could be good. Probably not because of the hero thing. Like he has to be really good to bother taking him. But wait, what's he called? A Knight-Vexillor. Oh, he's replacing him. Oh, he was called a Knight-Vexillor before, but then it was like Knight-Vexillor with so-and-so banner. And then there's the one with the meteoric standard and the one with the lightning thing or whatever. But I guess this is the only Knight-Vexillor that we have, which I assume means you can use your old Knight-Vexillor model as this guy. +3 control to D3 units in 12. Heal D3 to boot. So the healing's not great, but like it's a nice little addition. And he can heal himself. Like, it's kind of cool. He always gets one, so he always heals himself. The D3. Yeah, he might actually be an okay unit. Lord-Aquilor. Okay. This guy moves 14. These Gryph charges are very quick. Actually, I don't like these models because in person, the Gryph charges look just a little bit small for how big the dude on the back is. Like, it looks like a chicken carrying a fridge. So in the artwork, they look okay, but once you see them on the table, I'm like, that's not quite right. Of all the units in the game, all the units in Stormcast, sorry, they are the most in need of the Thunderstrike armorization, where they're thinner and more streamlined. They would make so much more sense with the Gryph charges. Anyway, very fast, 14-inch move, 8 health, 3+ save, 2 control. Heavy bolt storm pistol. He's got 4 attacks, 3 threes, 1 damage. Shooting combat. It's funny how close this is to the dragon's breath weapon attack. I really feel like dragons should have powerful breath weapon attacks. I mean, this is worse, but it is shockingly close to a dragon breathing fire. Is some guy shooting a pistol, shooting like a crossbow pistol. I think that's funny. He's got shooting combat. Starbound, Blade, and Shock Hand Axe. 5 attacks, 3 threes, 1 2. Bit weird that it's only 5 attacks for like a dude dual wielding and whatever. Doesn't have any ability or anything, but yeah, that's an okay profile, I suppose. And he's got 3 attacks on the Gryph Charger with 4s, 3s, 1 1. Not much damage here, and I'm surprised not much Ren. These guys used to do like Ren 2 or something, but okay, so he's not a beat stick. Isn't going to do a ton of damage. Isn't super durable, but he's very quick. So hopefully he can do something else. He's got Vanguard Chamber. Vanguard Chamber all have shoot and charge. Run and shoot or run and charge. Like it's the both, the good version of the ability. And retreat and charge as well. I actually didn't notice this the first time. I thought Vanguard was just run and shoot and charge, but it's run and retreat and shoot and charge. You can do all the stuff. So Vanguard is actually, there's quite a good ability. And I'm pretty sure it's the same. It's on all the Vanguard units. So like Paladors and stuff will get that. Ride the Wind's Aetheric. If this unit is not in combat, you can pick up to 2 friendly Vanguard Paladors units that are not in combat to be the targets. Okay. Effect, remove the unit and the targets, if any, from the battlefield. Set this unit up again on the battlefield more than 9 away from all enemy units. Then set up each target wholly within 12 of this unit. All right. So this guy and his 2 units of Paladors, which are the 14-inch move cavalry, they're all not in combat and they can all teleport anywhere he sets himself up, and then the other 2 have to be set up 9 away from him. This is a weird ability. Again, they move really quickly and they can run and shoot and charge and retreat and charge and all that shit. So there's not many times where you have... Like, all of them have this. All of them are 14-inch movement and have this stuff. So there's not going to be that many times where you have 3 of these guys that all want to be somewhere totally different and that they couldn't just run there and still be able to shoot and charge. Like, it's very unlikely that this happens. The sub-faction for the Vanguard wing does almost exactly the same thing. And just as a Stormcast army, you already have translocation and you can deep strike 9 away anyway. I feel like these abilities are too much of a good thing. It's not a bad ability. It's just that you have so much choice and you're already paying so many points for the movement that I'm not certain that you even use this ability. By extension, I'm not sure you even use this hero. He doesn't do a ton of damage, doesn't do anything else. He just has this. Kind of weird, I think. No, it's Lord-Aquilor. Lord-Aquilor. And it's teleports 3 guys, run and shoot and charge. That's the right way to do it. Run and retreat. Run or retreat. And shoot and charge. That's good enough. Okay. And you can't be in combat when you do it. Even if you could be in combat, this will be much better because the subfaction ability says that you have to be out of combat as well. Or if you had a way to synergize, like if you could make a move out of combat for free, it's not like a core ability, just a move, you can move out of combat, then you'd be able to teleport away and it'll be like a bit of synergy. You could use this to get out of combat, then you could use the subfaction rule to teleport away, although that would be a feels bad because the subfaction ability is on a 3-up and you'd fail it half the time or a third of the time. All right, Lord-Celestant. We got 6 health, same ordinary thing, 5 attacks, 3 threes, 1, 2, crit auto wound, and he's got like a blank Warscroll. I guess he adds +1 to wound rolls for an infantry unit if he fights with them. I don't think that's worth taking. Pretty much this guy's a blank Warscroll. I just don't think you take him. Like he's sort of pointless. Lord Celestant on foot. Blank. I just hate this. I think this is not an ability. So he can fight and an infantry unit can fight and then they get like +1 to wound. You can already get +1 to wound from Finest Hour. So I don't think you really want this. He's not fighty enough to really bother with any of the like the Quicksilver draft or the Mirror Shield or anything like that. I don't think you care about this unit at all. The Lord Celestant on Dracoth. So 8 health, 10 move, 3+ save, 2 control, Stormblast, range 10, 1 attack, 3/3, 2d3. That's okay. I guess before it was like on a 4-up you did d3 mortals. And this is not as good as on a 4-up, right? You've got crit 2 hits. But on average, this thing misses. And I think if you combine a third or 2/3 by 2/3, that's about 50% of the time you'll get a wound and then your opponent will save it. I guess because you got crit 2 hits, this is similar to what they used to do on the Stormblast. Maybe nerfed a little bit, but all the mortal wound stuff maybe got nerfed a little bit. So this is actually still an okay attack. We'll see on the Tempestors whether Tempestors are worth using covering fire on. Because before, one of the cool things about Stormblast is that it wasn't affected by Unleash Hell because it was like you didn't use the attack sequence. I'm pretty sure you just rolled a dice and on a 4-up they did D3 mortal wounds. So Unleash Hell with Tempestors was pretty good because you got those Stormblast attacks. That's not the case anymore. You still do have crit 2 hits, but that's the same as just like +1 to hit. It's like hitting on a 2, wounding on a 3, and then Ren 2 damage D3. That's the way to think about crit 2 hits. It's just the same as +1 to hit. Weapons of Legend, 5 attacks, 3 threes, 1, 2 with anti-infantry 1. Okay, so that's not a bad version of that. And then the Draconith, 3 attacks, 4s, 2s, 2 Ren, 2 damage. That's a pretty beady profile. Sad they hit on 4s, but with damage reduction and stuff, that's still pretty good. They got the Extremis chamber thing. It's a bit weird, especially on these guys, on Dracoths. They don't seem like... So when I look at the Star Drake, the Extremis chamber thing makes sense. That thing takes a lot of damage. It's a very sponge-like unit, and having the reflecting wound sort of thing, even if it's not that thematic, at least makes sense from what the job of that unit is. Dracoths happen to be in the Extremis chamber, so they can use things like the Lightning Echelon ability, but they don't really fit this. They feel like they should do more damage on the charge or something, or have some bonus to charging, but they don't. All right, and then that's it. That's all he's got. I'm pretty sure... Yep. The rest of his Warscroll is blank. So this guy doesn't do anything. He's just an Extremis chamber guy with some, like... Who's on a Draconith. I don't know. Cool. Really, really bummed about how gung-ho they are on putting this... putting this ability on everything. He's extremously boring. Not a good war scroll. Okay. Bastion. Bastion, he's so cool. And he was cool before. He had some really awesome abilities. He could issue a command anywhere on the table. He could like pick a dude and yell at it and do a shitload of damage from across the board. Maybe not a shitload of damage, but look at this dude. He's really cool. So I'm hoping he's really cool again. He's got 8 health, 3+ save, and he has the 5-up ward. So he actually got a little bit less durable because he used to have a 4-up ward. Thunderbolts of Azir, he's got an 18-inch range attack. Expected the range to drop. He used to like just pick something on the table or something and roll a dice for each health it had, and then on 6s it would do a mortal wound or something. Now it's like a pretty reliable damage dealing spell. This dude like Zeus throws thunderbolts at you, and hey, they actually slap. Even comparing this to like the Lord-Celestant, he's picking a dude and just on a 2-up does D3 mortals. Well, this guy has 2 attacks, and on a 2-up, so still very reliable, he's doing D3 mortals with Ren 2. So a little bit better against lighter units than the Celestant, but probably not quite as good against really heavily armored units where the Rend isn't going to punch through. But overall, that's a good shooting attack. Doesn't have the movement. That's fair. He's got Uskava, the Sunderer, 4 attacks, 3s, 2s, 2 Rend, 4 damage. So that's a fairly beady profile. Not as much as Celestant with 6 attacks, but you still don't want to be in combat with this guy for multiple turns. Very reliable damage here, especially if you give him all that attack, the 2s, 2s, 2, 4 damage with crit auto wound as well. Not that that does much for you. Like, yes, every now and then you get a crit, but like you have a very low chance of failing to wound anyway. So if this was like crit mortals, that'd be a bit better because then you don't have to rely on the Rend as much. That's probably where your attacks are going to fail with this guy. So yeah, this ability not doing much here, but still, he's got enough damage where he can kill stuff. You will whiff every now and then though. Like 3s, you might just roll like 2 hits maybe, and you might fail to kill something. All right, passive, Voice of Thunder. Effect, each time a friendly Stormcast Eternals unit wholly within 12 of this unit uses an all-out attack command, no command points are spent. All right, so when you see this, in the edition, command points are very scarce. And it makes you think, wow, it's like getting me free command points. That's so good. But you have to keep in mind that this is strictly worse than giving +1 attack to everyone within 12. Or even if he had an ability that was like pick 1 unit within 12 of him, that unit gets +1 attack. That would be a better ability than this ability. All right? Because then you don't have to... you can use all that attack somewhere else. You still don't have to spend the command point. So this sounds cool because saving command points is really neat. You get to use more counter charges and things like that. But at the end of the day, it is still just +1 to hit. You do get the benefit of this affecting the companion weapons. So I suppose that would be one downside if it just gave you +1 to hit. But yeah, this is very good. It's good even on him. Like, even if there's nothing else going on, you can just use all-out attack on this guy to get the +1 to hit on his attacks. So that's a neat ability. I'm going to have to write them a bit at a time. So Bastion, throws lightning, and free all-out attack. Kind of cool. Castellan of Azir, pick up to 3 Stormcast Eternals infantry units to be the targets. Each target can use the normal move ability as if it were your movement phase. So infantry move 5 in the army, so you can move 3 units 5 inches. That's okay, I guess. So 3 infantry, make a pre-game move. So pre-game moves are really good. It's not nearly as good as it used to be, where you could pick up, I think it might have been D3 or 3, I can't remember, but you could pick up units and fully redeploy them, which could be equivalent to giving a unit 40 inches movement. But this is still pre-game movement. It happens in your deployment phase, so before your first turn, and that can be quite effective. Just sad that it's infantry only. I suppose they don't want your dragons and really fast-moving units to get you're running across the board and you do a big alpha strike with it or something like that. So I suppose I do think, so it's got no range. You don't have to be like near Bastion to do it. And some of your infantry units are things like Celestant Prime or Andrasta or Prosecutors that do move quite quick, right? Even though they're not cavalry, they can move really quickly. So having a pre-game move on them actually could be really, really cool for getting early objectives or something. There might be situations where this is actually very, very, very useful. And even when you're not in that situation, just being able to do a pre-game move with your infantry, that's still pretty handy. So I like that. So 2 wins here. End of turn, Mantle of the First Storm. If any enemy models were slain by this unit's attack this turn, heal for this unit. Okay. I think he used to heal full, like just all his wounds. This is very close to that. Like the only time this matters as compared to healing all the way up to full is if he's down to 3, 2, or 1 wound left. But healing 4 is still really good, and he's very likely to kill something. You want him in combat fighting units that he can kill, so not like a huge monster, to make use out of this ability. But I understand they've probably just reduced a lot of the damage in the game, so making him a little bit less durable and heal a little bit less is probably necessary. Otherwise, he would be like absolutely unkillable and way over the top. It's hard to know where this sort of stuff lands, but I think overall he's still pretty good. Maybe not worth quite as much as he used to be, but still quite a cool dude. And maybe he got a points drop, I'm not sure. I'll just have a quick look. But even if, like, I'm just not going to get it right. Lord Commander, Bastion Carthelos, 270. It's not too expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this will land, but he seems pretty cool to me. You get lots of free +1 to hit, and pre-game move, can pre-game move himself. So even though he's kind of slow, he can pick himself, his infantry, and 2 other infantry units to like advance up the board. So if you're running an infantry heavy list, that's quite good. He can make those other heroes that or prosecutors, fast moving infantry, move quite far, and he's pretty durable and does a bit of damage. Even his shooting attack is quite good. So yeah, I rate him. I think he's good. He sort of does something, like has a bit of a role, a bit like not exactly Gotrek, but very durable, very hard to take out. You have to commit a lot of resources to deal with him. So heals for when you kill something. I think that's it. Lord-Imperatant. So this guy, I think, is going to be a big deal for the army and might be a really common choice because he enables an entire strategy. All right, so he's got the normal wheel. He's got okay attacks. He's got crit auto wound, but like 1 fewer attack. I hope you can see what I was talking about with the profiles all being just slightly different. Like he's better than just 4 attacks, 3 threes, 1 2. But they could have like left off crit auto wound and just given him 5 attacks, and it'd be very similar. And they could have made all the profiles like basically the same. They wanted to differentiate them, but it just means that you have to like remember a lot more things, and you're gonna forget because there's no like rhyme or reason to why this guy has this instead of just anything else. You know, it could have been he actually has +1 to wound because he's got a really big hammer. I don't know. Yeah, it's not entirely clear from the model. Anyway, passive, Loyal Gryph-hound. This unit's Gryph-hound is a token. This unit has a ward of 5+ while the Gryph-hound is on the battlefield. If you make an unmodified save roll, so not ward save, but save roll, of 1 for this unit, remove its Gryph-hound attack from the battlefield after the attack ability has been resolved. So just gets a 5+ ward on top of this, makes him quite durable. Once per battle, your movement phase, guided by lightning. Declare, pick up to 3 Stormcast Eternals units wholly within 12 of this unit that were set up this turn using the signs of the Storm ability to be the targets. Each target can immediately move D3. The targets cannot move into combat during any part of the move. Okay, I don't think this is worded correctly, but it's a good ability, okay? In the core rules, there's a section that explains if there's two rules that contradict, the rule that says you can't do something beats the rule that says you can. And in particular, for things like movement, you can't move into the combat range of enemies, or you can't move after you've set up. That's like in the core rules. There's a rule that says you can't move after you've set up. This ability doesn't say like they can immediately move D3 and ignore the restriction on the setting up, right? It doesn't say despite the fact that they just set up or something like that. So like technically this effect does nothing because you're not allowed to move the D3. You can only use it on units that were set up. So it's like clearly the intention that you set up and then you move the D3, and that's how it'll play. But I just think rules as written, it like allows you, it says you can move, but can't beats can, and there's no specific exemption here saying that you can override that restriction, like in the case of fly, for example. So leaving aside that this ability doesn't actually work, what it will do is let you deploy D3 closer. So you set up 9 away, then you get to pick up to 3 Stormcast Eternal units wholly within 12. So probably one of those units is going to be this guy, but you can actually do some tricks with that. They have to be set up using Signs of the Storm, so you can't use Translocate or the Vanguard abilities or anything. So like we were looking at that Lord-Aquilor, you can't use the Lord-Aquilor ability to teleport things near your Lord-Imperatant and then use Guided by Lightning. You have to use Signs of the Storm. But what you can do is set your Lord-Imperatant up next to a Lord-Relictor, use Translocation to teleport the Lord-Imperatant, and then pick 3 units that get set up near him to use the ability. They all get to make a D3 move. So D3 is a bit rough because from my perspective, you need at least +3 to make a charge reliable. You need a 6-inch charge, not a 7, 8, or 9. And D3 only has a 1 in 3 chance of getting you that. But we did see you've got Gardus earlier. So there's potentially a play that you can make where you like teleport the Imperatant, or I guess you don't have to. You could deep strike the Imperatant using Celestial Realm, deep strike Gardus, and deep strike some unit like a 6-man block of Annihilators with Meteoric Grand Hammers. And you use this ability to move closer to the target, and you use Gardus's ability to get +1 to your charge roll. So now you've got at least +2, but you're still putting a lot of eggs in that basket. Maybe you're only in a 7-inch charge then. Yeah, you can re-roll the charge, but 7-inch charges still fail all the time, even with a re-roll. But that has a low chance of happening. Chances are you do roll a 2 or a 3 on this D3, and you get to move a bit closer, and you get a much more reliable charge. And even if you get that unreliable charge, like overall, I think it's a bit more likely to happen than the old Imperatant ability that you set up 7 away, combining the Imperatant with the Gardus. I don't know if that's worth it. You're investing a lot of points to do that, but I think it's cool that you can do it. I think it's cool that you can like stack those things together, and you can use some tricks like translocating the Imperatant so he can pick 3 other units that get set up, and then because you're picking 3 units, maybe you can pick like Gardus and 2 other units, or just set Gardus up and you've got 3 units of Hammer Annihilators, right? Just 3 units of 3. Very likely that at least one of them is going to roll high on the D3, and that you're going to be getting into combat and tearing it up. So I think there's a strategy. I think there is a build where you can bunch up a bunch of your deep strike and charge bonuses and have guys all teleport down at once and do like a bit of an alpha strike out of deep strike, which is kind of thematic. You do have to do a lot of setup and commit a lot to it. And from a design perspective, I like that. It would be kind of annoying if you could just take a bunch of Prosecutors, and Prosecutors did a shitload of damage, so you didn't have to invest in anything. You can just like put a bunch of these 3d6 charge guys, charge out of deep strike and do a ton of damage. But there is at least like a build, a way that you can put a lot more reliability into getting some units to charge out a deep strike. And I think that's pretty cool. Even if you don't take even if you don't take Gardus, right? Even if you're not stacking that much, having a couple units arrive with a Lord-Imperatant and all three of them getting D3 movement before charging, one of those units will probably get into combat. It's it's pretty unlikely that you whip all of the D3s and then all of the subsequent charge rolls. You just have to invest a fair bit to. You have to have the Imperatant and 2 other units. So I think this guy's cool. And he has a 5-up ward, so that's kind of neat. So he's a Lord-Imperatant. He's got a 5-up ward, and once per game, pick 3 dudes in 12. Setup. D3 move. Right. So he's one of the heroes I think might actually cut the mustard in terms of you want to take this guy for one of your hero slots because he like enables a whole strategy. Whereas you compare him to like a Knight-Arcanum, that dude, half the time your opponent isn't even going to cast manifestations, or when they do, they don't mean anything, and who cares? This guy, you care whether or not he's in your list. You want to take him if you're doing something specific. If you're not doing that thing, I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, he's definitely a choice and definitely does something. I like that fact. Okay, Lord-Relictor. He's got the normal wheel, 4 attacks, 3 series, 1, 2 crit auto wound. Just happens to do exactly the same thing as the Lord-Imperatant. This guy was the auto include of the previous book, and he is still very good. Mortis Priest, add 1 to chanting rolls for this unit. What a simple rule. It's fantastic. That's really, really good. A lot of the prayers are quite expensive. You've got Blessed Weapons, which is 6 answer value. You've got translocations of 4 answer value. So having +1 to chanting rolls is actually really valuable. If you can get this guy to stand next to a place of power, he can get another +1 to his chanting rolls. So you can actually get that translocation back to a 2-up. So you can translocate every turn instead of every other turn or something like that. The fact that even if you don't need the chanting roll the first time, you get, if you chant and save your ritual points and then chant again, you're sort of having +2 on that chanting roll, gives you a much higher chance of getting the empowered effects to your prayers. I think +1 to chant is just really good. Way, way, way better than pick a unit in 12, maybe it gets -1 to its ward, who knows. This is what you want to do. This is the thing that you take this guy for. He's a priest. You've got a really, really good prayer lore that includes +1 attack and a teleport and a heal. So this guy is going to be stonks. I expect to see people taking him. There are other good priests though. I think Ionis is very good, and maybe I don't know if the Lord-Imperatant's a priest. Lord-Veritant, sorry. But yeah, this is solid. This is very good. I think you might still take a Lord-Relictor. You might still put Mirror Shield on him if you really, really don't want him to get shot. But like if he's a core part of your strategy to teleport your units around, but he probably doesn't need Mirror Shield with Guarded Hero. He's pretty durable. And he's got Healing Storm, so he can heal himself. Yeah, I like this dude. Very, very simple, but does something. You actually might include him and you won't feel bad about including him. +1 to chant. That's it. OG. Lord-Veritant. He's got same wheel. Staff of Abjuration, 1 attack, 3 threes, 1 3 damage. Then a Judgment Blade, 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1 D3 damage with anti-priest, anti-wizard. Okay. Doesn't like priests or wizards, and really doesn't like wizard priests. This is not a stellar profile, but I guess it's similar to the other ones, right? It's similar to this with 3 threes, 1 2 with that extra attack up here. I suppose. Once per turn, army, reaction, this unit was picked as the target of a non-core ability. Oh, right, this is the Ruination Chamber thing. All the Ruination Chamber guys have a resistance roll of d6 on a 4+. That ability has no effect on this unit. I like that they call it a resistance roll. It's not just roll a dice or roll a d6 on a 4+. I don't know why they do this. I think just different rules are worded differently, and other rules would just say roll a d6 on a 4+. That ability has no effect. But cool. I like this ability. It's quite good. This once per turn army thing means you it's got diminishing returns when you spam a bunch of Ruination Chamber guys. The Ruination Chamber sub-faction has a similar sort of thing. You can pick one Ruination Chamber unit and give it a 5+ ward. So you can feel good about taking like a reinforced unit of Reclusians, or like maybe two units of the flying guys. They're now in Ruination Chamber, Prosecutors. And yeah, you'll have this sort of stuff on all of them. So it's a neat ability, and I think it's kind of fun. Makes a really good use of the new design space, the new ability space. And when we looked at the Knight-Draconis, and he has the spell ignore, this is sort of the same thing, but it's genericized so that it doesn't matter whether the thing is a spell or a prayer or even just a war scroll ability that's going to nerf your guys. You've got like something to resist it. It means that it has an even effect across all enemy units. And instead of being like, well, Soulblight in particular can't deal with this because their magic doesn't work, it's kind of like, well, this unit just in general is more resistant regardless of who it's playing against. It's much, much more universal. And I think the design for a game where you write the list ahead of time, you don't know what army you're going to face, there's no sideboard, the games take like 2 hours. You don't want those like hard counter random effects where it like depends on the list matchup. So this is much better, right? Much more universal. Okay. Passive. Sense Unholy Sorcery. Effect, this unit's Gryph Crow is a token. Subtract the Gryph Crow. They don't have it here. It just looks like a Gryph-hound with more feathers. This unit's Gryph Crow is a token. Subtract 1 from casting rolls and chanting rolls for enemy units within 12 of this unit while its Gryph Crow is on the battlefield. 12 is pretty close. If you make an unmodified save roll of 1 for this unit, remove the Gryph Crow. It's sad. This unit can use Unbind abilities as if it had Wizard 1, and it's a Priest 1. This is really good. Okay, so the Lord-Relictor gets +1 to pray. Nice. This guy can unbind, and unbinds are actually really good. When I was coming into this edition, I was like, oh, I don't like the magic rules. I don't like magic in general because your opponent's always going to unbind you. But given how restricted the number of heroes you can have is, a lot of armies are only going to have one wizard or maybe no wizards. I think it's going to be actually rarer to see wizards in lists. I don't think you'll just always take one, because in the past, everyone took one to have Mystic Shield. You couldn't get away with not having Mystic Shield, and you needed an Unbind to deal with your opponent's Mystic Shield. But now, we don't have Mystic Shield. A lot of armies will be like, screw it, why am I paying all the points for a wizard? I've only got like 2 hero slots because I want to be in a 2-drop. I'm not going to take a wizard. Who cares? Or they'll take a priest like the Lord-Relictor that can't unbind. So this effect, I actually think, is really, really valuable this edition. The model looks sick. This is a good ability. This is useless. I don't really care about this. It's like flavor stuff. You're very unlikely that this guy is going to actually find his way to a priest or a wizard on the battlefield. I think the reason you take this guy is because he's a priest and he has an unbind. And those things are pretty good. And you can always banish as well, because priests can banish as well. So really like him. I think he's really versatile. I think the unbind is a good counterweight to +1 to chant. Right? I'm actually torn when I look at those 2 Warscrolls, and the fact that he has the other abilities and stuff. I mean, all those other abilities are kind of extra nothing. This guy's not going to be targeted by abilities that much. It's really your Reclusians or your Prosecutors or something that you want to use that on. This isn't going to do much, but just even if all this was blank and he just had Staff of Abjuration, it would still be a toss-up for me whether I want the Lord-Relictor or the Lord-Veritant. I think having that Unbind is going to be really handy. And then I think the thing that wins the toss-up is that the Lord-Veritant looks way, way cooler. Okay, so Lord-Veritant has an Unbind. He's Ruination and hates Wizard Priests. I guess. Like, it's all about that Unbind. So I really like that guy. I think that's useful. So doing pretty well on the design. Most of these, going through this list, most of these things are kind of interesting or useful in some way. Just a bit sad about that, that use of that ability to have a hero fight and then have a unit fight straight after. That's really the only letdown so far. Neave's companions. I'm not sure if this makes sense before we look at Neave, and I don't really know how this works. All right, we'll find Neave's companions. Neave Blacktalon requires Neave's companions and Lorai. Okay. And then you can take any Vanguard chamber. So you take Neave as the hero, and then so the Neave costs 360 points. And then you also have to take Neave's companions and Lorai as part of his regiment. So Neave comes with 3 extra choices, because that's how regiments work. And then you have to take Neave's companions as one of them, and you have to take Lorai as one of them. And then I guess you can add in a Vanguard chamber unit to fill out the regiment. Lorai is 0 points, but you can only take him in Neave's. And I assume that's the same for Neave's companions. Neave's companions 0. Okay, so when you take Neave Blacktalon, you get these guys, and there's an Idoneth Deepkin guy that you get as well for free. So it's part of the same package, 360 points. Okay. Henrik has a Cyclone sword and axe. Oxenhammer has a hammer. Shikana has a Typhoon crossbow, and the Eagle has the talons. And she apparently has no weapon in close combat. Okay. Bit odd, to be honest, that this model just literally doesn't have a melee profile. Or unless I haven't seen the model, maybe the model is like she has a bird holding onto a bird, and she's got the Typhoon crossbow in the other hand, or something like that. So it's not like 2 separate models where there's Adna and Shikana. It's just the one model, and she's holding a bird. All right. So Typhoon crossbow, there's one of these in the unit. He's got 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1, 2 damage. This is, I think, actually better than the Dragon's Breath weapon attack with anti-hero +1 rend. So this actually does a little bit of damage, and range 18 is pretty good. Not a ton of damage, but not bad. They got some attacks. They're like, okay, it's not a ton of damage because it's only like 3 guys. Shield of Azir. Effect, while any friendly the Blacktalon's heroes, I assume, yeah, the Blacktalons is the keyword, and then it's like Neave Blacktalon is the only Blacktalon's hero. So while Neave Blacktalon is wholly within this unit's combat range, both this unit and those friendly units have a ward 5 up. So they got 3 health each. There's 1, 2, 3 of them. And they all have a 5 up ward. So it's a 9 health unit plus Neave Blacktalon. Oh, actually, no, I might be wrong. We have to look at Lorai. Is Lorai a Blacktalon's? Here's a Blacktalon's hero. So you don't need Neave to be near them. You can need either Neave or Lorai, and all of them, both this unit and those friendly units. Neat. Okay, so they all get a 5 up ward. That's kind of cool. The Neave package. The Neave package will expose you for catfishing. 5+ ward. Some attacks. Alright. They do something. Okay, Neave Blacktalon. Got 6 health. Again, probably has the 5 up ward, but maybe not. Relic Bolt Storm Pistol does some kind of damage, not much. Whirlwind Axis, 7 attacks, 2s to hit, 3s, 2 rend, 2 damage, crit, 2 hits. Hey, that's a pretty good combat profile. That slaps. Sad that you can't all out attack it, but hey, that's pretty good. Add 1 to the damage characteristics of this unit's Whirlwind Axis for attacks that target heroes. Oh, Neave is kind of fun. If you can get into a hero, this is a lot of damage. So that's kind of neat. Vanguard chamber, so you can shoot and charge and run and retreat. I like it. Wind Rider, your combat phase. If this unit is in combat or charged this turn, this unit can make a pile-in move. Then, if this unit is in combat, you must pick one or more enemy units to be the targets of this unit's attacks. Oh, okay, so it's a fight. It's a core attack fight. So this takes the place of the fight ability that you would use from the core rules, right? So it's a different fight ability, which is neat. One of the small things about all of these fights twice abilities is that they don't actually function with the way the rules are written. And part of that is because they say you can use 2 fight abilities, and there's no restriction on using 2 fight abilities, so they don't do anything. And this is an example of another fight ability that's not called fight, right? It just, for like putting my mind at ease, they're not talking about the fight ability, they're talking about the keyword thing. Anyway, it's not relevant to this war scroll. Just wanted to store that away for the future. All right. Resolve combat attacks against the target's units, then roll a dice on a 3-up, remove this unit from the battlefield and set it up again. More than 3 from all enemy units and wholly within the combat range of a friendly, the Blacktalon's unit that is not in combat. Okay, so that can be either Lori or the other guys, right? This is the keyword, the Blacktalons. I've scrolled around and lost my place. Yeah, it could be either Lori, because he's the Blacktalon's unit, or it could be Neave's companions. So either of them you can set up near. You probably want to go back to these guys so that you get your 5-up ward, but who knows? So you just fight like normal, and then on a 3+, you can teleport away. You're not subject to that 3-inch restriction. That 9-inch restriction. You only have to be 3 away from enemy units, and you can set up very close to your companions, so you get your 5-up ward. That's kind of cool. So like, Neave can sort of run off and fight something and then teleport back to her friends. That's kind of cool. She does a ton of damage. She moves 7 because she's just super quick. I think this war scroll is fun. I don't know if it's good enough, but like, you've got run and shoot and charge and all that sort of stuff. So on top of the 7, you might actually be able to get it into combat, which is like a notorious problem for this type of war scroll, is you can't actually get in combat. But with 7-inch move and run and charge, you might actually do it. And then you can teleport away back to your companions. Kind of cool. Neave slaps Vanguards and leaves. Eats, shoots, and leaves, I guess. Interesting to note that these guys aren't Vanguard, so only Neave can run and shoot and charge and stuff, but still kind of cool that like she can teleport back to them, so it's okay if they get separated. Lori, Child of the Abyss. Neat that they can keep their 5-up ward when Neave buggers off to go and fight some dudes as well, because Lori will give them the ward. All right, Abyssal Touch, 3 attacks, 3s, 4s. He's got like a worse profile because he's not a Stormcast. Doesn't do much damage. Subtract 1 from hit rolls, 4 attacks that target this unit. Okay. I mean, so I suppose he doesn't have to stand near the unit to get Guarded Hero, but he probably would be standing near the unit to get Guarded Hero, so he would already have... Oh, this works on combat attacks as well, so I guess that makes him a little bit more durable, makes up for the bad armor save. He's got a spell. Until your start of your next turn, while a friendly, the Blacktalon's unit, is wholly within 6 of this unit, if the unmodified hit roll for a shooting attack that targets that unit is 1 to 5, the attack fails and the attack sequence ends. Unshootable. You still get the critical hits, but that's all you get, and includes himself and the unit he's standing near. Lori makes the Blacktalons unshootable, or at least so bad a shooting target that you will shoot something else. So very, very nice. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I don't know that they're good, but they're fun. For 360 points, I don't know if they pull their weight, but like this guy has 5 health. The Neave's companions have 9 health. Neave Blacktalon has 6 health. And as a unit altogether, they all have a 5-up ward. So is that 15, 20 health on a 5-up ward. Most of it's on a 3-up save. They got this thing that stops them being shot. Neave does actually a fair bit of damage. I don't know. They might actually be a useful unit that you bother taking. It's a way of sneaking a wizard into your list because you get Lorai, Order Idoneth Deepkin. Oh, he's not even a Stormcast. That's so weird. I don't even know if this guy can take spells from your army because he's not a Stormcast Eternals guy. I mean, I assume he's in your faction, so I guess he can. And he always gets a 5-up ward as well. That's kind of neat, right? If you take the Neave Blacktalon battalion or regiment, you do have to take the companions, and you get to take this guy not as a regiment leader, and I think that's the upside, right? This guy's a wizard that you can take without having to take a whole extra drop. All right, how far through are we? Oh my god, there's still so many Warscrolls to go. Okay. Maybe I have to pick up the pace. All right, Vandus Hammerhand, 10 move, 8 health, 3 up save, 2 control, Stormblast, 10 inch range. Same Stormblast the other ones have. He's going to attack, 6 attacks, 3s, 2s, 1, 2 with crit auto wound. Hey, slaps pretty hard. His mount is pretty cool too, does a fair bit of damage. Actually, that might just be the normal Draconith profile, but that's an okay profile. Lord of the Hammerhands, add 3 to the control score of friendly warrior chamber units where they're wholly within 12. That might be good. I mean, that's a bit like the Vexillor guy. And then he adds 1 to hit rolls for warrior chamber guys. This is mostly blank. Add some control score. I don't know. I can't imagine this is that relevant. And if it is that relevant, then you probably want to take the banner guy or the artifact to do it and not have to take this named character guy. +1 to hit is not that good on one unit. Yeah, I don't know. Vandus is at least better than the generic one. I'll put it that way. So Vandus, bit of a beat stick. Control bonus. Not much else going on. Plausible that you could take him, but he's not interesting, right? He doesn't do anything in particular. Yeah, you hold objectives. Yeah, you get +1 to hit, whatever. He does a bit of damage, but like so does everyone. I don't know. This is like nothing. Take Bastion or something, I guess, or take Celestant Prime. Like pick a thing that you want to do and then do it. This is very generic, very meh. Andrasta. Andrasta is not very generic. Andrasta is really cool. We saw her in the faction focus. She's got 12-inch move, 8 health, 3 up save, 2 control. She can throw a spear 12 inches, 1 attack, 3s, 2s, 2 rend, 4 damage, anti-monster +1 rend. You will miss this a lot, which is quite sad. I wish it was 2s and 2s, but 3s and 2s. She's got a 5-up ward and flies and is infantry, which is really handy for a whole bunch of stuff. The Prime Huntress allows her to double the damage characteristic of this unit's Thengavar for attacks that target monsters. This works on the shooting attack as well as the melee attack. Some people are confused because it's in red and that's like combat coded. Ignore that. That doesn't mean that. You get it on both of these profiles. They're both the Thengavar. So the throwing weapon does 8 damage against monsters, and the melee weapons do 6 damage. Sorry, the Thengavar melee profile does 6 damage against monsters, and it's 2 attacks, 2s, 2s, 3 rend against a monster, and then 6 damage. That's a lot of output. It's actually really scary for a monster. Sometimes they write these anti-monster rules, and you're like, I don't think I'm fussed. This is very, very neat. I think because she's infantry, you can use like bless weapons, maybe. Like you can use the Veritant or the Relictor to give her bless weapons. So she gets +1 attack. I think you can do that. And so she'll have 3 attacks on Thengavar and 6 on the Blade of High Heavens. She absolutely slaps with that buff on. Really, really fun sort of war scroll and a much needed upgrade from before where she was kind of weird and didn't do anything. She's got On Wings of Brilliance, add 1 to the number of dice rolled when making charge rolls for this unit to a maximum of 3. So she can charge out of that deep strike. On average, you roll a 10 on 3 dice, or maybe 10 and a half. So very likely that you make a charge out of deep strike, but also this works when you counter charge, or it works just when you do a normal charge. So you can set up a unit, set Andrasta up behind that unit, and then counter charge with Andrasta, roll 3d6, fly over your unit, and get into combat, deal a shitload of damage, and scare people away. Very, very cool unit, does a lot of damage, very usable. Huge glow up from the previous Warscroll. I actually really, really like Andrasta. If anything, Andrasta is the reason why I would make a Stormcast Eternals army. That's the reason why I have one, actually. I've got a whole bunch of Retributors they've been squatted, and if I was making the decision to continue with Stormcast, despite the fact they're all going to get squatted, they're not squatted quite yet, it'd be because Andrasta is a really cool unit, and thankfully she is. She also has this ability, Dazzling Radiance. Ignore negative modifiers for control scores of friendly Stormcast Eternal units while they are wholly within 12 of this unit. I don't think you really need this. When I saw the Warscroll, I was like, why do they have this? Maybe monsters lower your control score. Like there's a monstrous rampage or something that all the monsters get, and that lowers your control score. And she's like anti-monster, so she has this ability. Turns out that's not the case. Although there are a lot of these abilities floating around, a lot more than I thought when they released the Andrasta Warscroll. I'm not sure how relevant this will be, given that she wants to charge off and get into combat and deal a bunch of damage. She's not a support hero standing around giving out this buff, but even just the fact that she gets it on herself could be relevant sometimes. Yeah, I don't put much stock in this. You don't need that ability either way. Prime Huntress, Wings of Brilliance are very, very cool abilities, even just the fact that she's got Wings of Brilliance, plus like a decent combat profile. I think she's really fun. Does depend on points, like all these sorts of things depend on points, but she certainly does something and does it pretty well. So I like Andrasta. I think there's always going to be a points value where she just slaps. 3d6 charge, double dam against monsters. Very fun. Some other rule too. So yeah, very keen on Andrasta. Very happy I have that model. Drakesworn Templar. So this is I think it's the wizard version. It's not a wizard anymore. Maybe it wasn't a wizard before, but this is the alternative to the Star Drake. It's got 12-inch move, 18 health, 3+ save. It's pretty big. I think these things, it's important to know their points because they're so big. What's it? Drakesworn. It's going to be up here probably. Or no, it'll be... No, it's not a guy on a Drakesworn Templar. It's a Drakesworn Templar. Yep. 460. So a quarter of your army. Extremis Warrior. And I think the Lord-Celestant on Star Drake. 490. So similar costs for both of them. He doesn't have options. He just comes with the Skybolt bow now. He's got 18-inch range, 2 attacks, 3 threes, 1 damage with crit auto wound, so not much coming out of that. Rain of Stars is pretty good. You get 4 attacks, 3s, 2s, 2 rend, 2 damage, but it's companion, so reliably that'll do some sort of damage, and 24-inch range is quite long, so that's a neat shooting attack to have. Templar weapons, 5 attacks, 3 threes, 1, 2. Anti-hero, anti-monster. So you go up to rend 3 if you're fighting against a monster hero, which is kind of neat because he has some other stuff for that. Then you've got 7 attacks on the Cavernous Jaws with 4 to hit, 2s to wound, 2 rend, 3 damage, companion. A big problem with the old Star Drake was that they didn't have much damage in their profiles, and they had a lot of extra effects like a tail swipe and a Cavernous Jaws thing. So they could do bonus damage, but only against like big horde type units. They were really struggled against individual targets. The Drakesworn Templar flips that a fair bit. This guy is pretty good against those single hero monsters. He probably won't have the damage, like he's a lot of points, but he's a good duelist. We'll see the other abilities, and he's a really good target for Mirror Shield and the Quicksilver Draft. The 2 artifacts you have that are kind of cool. All right. battle damage, where you got 10 or more wounds, the Cavernous Jaws drops 3 attacks, which is kind of unfortunate. So those are 3 damage attacks. Extremis Chamber, he's got that reflecting mortal wounds thing, or not mortal wounds, reflecting does mortal damage when you make save rolls, I should say. So the 18 health with the 3-up save, that's pretty neat. I don't think he has a ward. So giving him a ward is kind of nice if you can. Monstrous challenge, once per turn, army. Your combat phase, pick an enemy monster in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll a dice on a 2+ for the rest of the turn. Add 1 to the damage characteristic of this unit's Star Drake's Cavernous Jaws for the attacks that target that unit. If the target is also a hero, add 1 to the damage characteristic of this unit's Templar weapons for attacks that target that unit. Okay, so you get +1 on the Star Drake things if you're fighting a monster, and you get +1 damage on the Templar weapons if you're fighting a hero monster. So it can't just be a normal hero, it has to be a hero monster. So the fact that you have anti-hero, anti-monster on here is really neat. You go up to Ren 3, damage 3 when you're fighting specifically a hero monster. When you're fighting just a monster, this thing still goes up to Ren 2. These Cavernous Jaws on a 2-up still go up to damage 4. So these things are really, really threatening to those hero monster units, which I think are going to be pretty popular because of the limited hero slots that you have. People don't want to take like 4 foot heroes. They want to take 2 heroes. And so those heroes are going to be like big investment points. You're probably going to take a big centerpiece hero monster and then like maybe another really useful hero. And if your army permits, you might sneak in one of those free heroes depending on the regiment slots. But you want to aim at that 2-drop mark, I'm pretty sure. So you're going to see lots of these units, and the Drakesworn Templar might actually be a really good pick. The question is he too specific? I think maybe, like if your opponent isn't actually running monsters in their list, this guy is a lot of points for like an okay sort of profile and some health. Neat that you can give him Quicksilver Draft, so you get to fight with a fairly powerful combat profile in strikes first. Even if your opponent charges them in their turn, you can use that. I think Extremis Chamber is the one that gets Lightning Echelon, so you can combo the Lightning Echelon with the Quicksilver Draft as a backup. So you roll your 3-up from Lightning Echelon, and if you get that, you strike first. That's neat. But if you don't get it, then you can down the Quicksilver Draft and still get the strikes first and make sure your plan works. So I really like that, and I think this hero might find its way into some lists, but it just depends on how specific it is. In any case, the Lord-Celestant on Star Drake is like a slightly less specific version. So, Dracothian Templar, big, slappy, anti-hero monster. Okay. I guess we'll come back to the Lord-Celestant on Star Drake. No, let's do that next because they're so similar. Reign of Stars, so same as before. Weapons of Legend, instead of having the anti-hero stuff, you just have crit auto wound, so generically a bit better, but not as good against the heroes and monsters that's the Drakesworn Templar. Same Cavernous Jaws, same battle damaged ability. Lord of the Host, add 1 to attacks characteristic of other friendly Extremis Chamber units wholly within 12 of this for the rest of the turn. So once per battle, other Extremis Chamber units, that's Dragons and Draconith, and doesn't override the companion restriction. So all of the Extremis Chamber guys, the dragon riding guys, most of the damage, or a lot of the damage, not most, but a lot of the damage comes out of their companion attacks. Whereas this only gives you +1 attack on, not on himself either. So he doesn't even get +1 attack on his Weapon of the Legend, just on the other Extremis Chamber guys and just on their rider weapons, not on their mount attacks. So like Celestant on Star Drake, +1 attack on riders on the Dragon Rider guys. Bleh. That's kind of anti-fun. I don't like that. It's got Extremis Chamber. Not anti-fun. Like +1 attack is cool. It's just being the Dragon Rider guy, he should affect the companion weapons probably. Especially on a once per battle. If it was like all the time, then this would be cool. But once per battle, I think maybe you want the companion weapons included. Extremis Chamber. Each time, yep, we already know Extremis Chamber. And he's got Cavernous Jaws. So pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll 3 dice. For each roll that equals or exceeds the target's health characteristic, one model in the target unit is slain. So this is that same problem. This is like the same kind of ability they used to have. They used to be able to pick out the heroes and command models and stuff. You can't do that anymore. It still can be pretty powerful, right? You can deal, like say you're fighting Chaos Warriors. This is like on a 2+ killer Chaos Warrior. That's a 3+ save guy with 2 wounds. You can deal 6 damage through a 3-up save using this ability. That's really powerful, but it is unfortunate that like it does nothing against monsters and really, really big characters. So you really have to pick, do you want to have the guy that's kind of good at killing infantry, or do you want to have the guy that's good at killing monsters? And I don't know really why they've made this design choice in general for the game. So many Warscrolls are like, this thing hates monsters. I know I was pretty keen on Andrasta, and she's like a monster targeting thing. Yeah, I just don't really get it. I guess maybe you want to balance your list. You could take Andrasta to deal with monsters, and you could take the Lord-Celestant and Stardrake to deal with like infantry units or something like that, and sort of diversify your army a little bit, but feels a bit weird to me. Certainly doesn't work the same way as in like 40k, where there's tanks and infantry, and there's a pretty stark difference between weapons that are good against infantry and weapons that are good against tanks. Maybe they're trying to do that, but I'm not sure that works that well for this game. So yours, pick, roll 3 dice, kill dudes with health under your rolls. Okay, so not bad. Just depends on points. Like I think there's a place for this guy if his points are right. And again, pretty decent with the combat profile and like Quicksilver Draft and stuff, and Mirror Shield. But I just don't know whether like this is enough for how much they cost, which has always been the problem with the Stardrake. Either Wings. Neat that they still have them. I honestly expected these guys to get squatted or something, but they're still there. We got 12-inch move, 2 health, 6-up save. So they die to a stiff breeze. They got pretty much no attacks, and they don't have any control score. Add 1 to hit rolls for shooting attacks made by friendly Vanguard chamber units within 9 of this unit. Okay, so it used to be 12, so you could use Silence of the Storm to teleport them. Now you have to actually get near them, but it's all Vanguard chamber units. It's not just Vanguard-Raptors. It used to be specifically Vanguard-Raptors. I don't know, like maybe Other Wings. Plus 1 to hit for Vanguard unit while they're within 9. If they're cheap enough, they're still useful. Like they move really fast, and even though they only have 1 score, they can like get you battle tactics and stuff. So being able to have a 12-inch flying thing, that's just generically quite useful. This, if you've got any Vanguard units in your army, I wonder if Vigilors are Vanguard, because Vigilors look quite good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you'll see Air the Wings, but they do something. They're the closest thing to chaff, these and Gryph-hounds, and I don't see people playing with them in Stormcast, but I think they probably should. Like so long as they're cheap enough, they seem like good units to include. Maybe they increase your drops too much or something. But chaff's good. Okay, Annihilators. So these are the dudes with the shield and the little hammer. We got 2+ save, 4-inch move, 3 health, 1 control, 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1 2. So like an okay profile. 2 of these fight the same as 3 Liberators, or not as good as 3 Liberators. So they ain't doing a ton of damage out here. Brace for impact. Declare. Wait, is it 3 Liberators? No, it's 6 Liberators because they're damage 2, but they don't have crit models. Anyway. Ignore that. They're not doing a ton of damage. They're not bad, though. Brace for impact, pick an enemy unit that charged this turn and is in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll a dice for each model in this unit. If any of the rolls are a 6, the target has strike last for the rest of the turn. So it's a bit like the Vindictors ability. You can make the enemy strikes last. The big advantage for Brace for Impact is that there's no restriction on the Annihilators having not charged. Vindictors have to not charge to use the ability. These guys can countercharge and then activate this ability. And I think that makes them like very, very prickly. If you have a unit of shield Annihilators sitting in the middle of your sort of forces, anything they charge risks being charged by this unit and having to fight last against both the Annihilator unit and whatever other unit came to fight. So I think this is actually a really good ability. With a reinforced unit, it's very likely that you get at least 1/6, but that'll still fail a whole bunch and you'll feel bad about it. But it's a fairly likely sort of roll, and it does depend on whether it's reinforced or not. Then you've got Blazing Impact. If it was set up using Signs of the Storm, pick up to 3 enemy units in 10, and on a 2+ deal damage equal to the roll. So, how do you spell Annihilators? Double N, Annihilators. So, it's the enemy strike last. Bit unreliable though. But like I said, with Lightning Echelon, when you're on the defensive end of this, the unreliability is not that big a deal. It's just kind of neat when you get it. Makes your opponent have to play around it either way. So you get the benefit even when you're not necessarily doing anything. Okay. Makes the enemy strike last, but unreliable. And what's the other one? They get sort of deep strike mortals. So they kept the deep strike mortals from before, which is neat. You get some extra damage. Cool. Yeah, they're an okay unit. I actually think Brace for Impact is quite good, and having 6 Annihilators standing around your army might actually be a worthwhile thing. Again, points depending. We got Gryph-hounds, move 9, 2 health, 6 up save, 1 control, 4 attacks, 4s, so very little damage, but they move okay. They don't take much damage. They're sort of chaff. They got the Beast rule, Warning Cry, pick an enemy unit within 12 of this unit that's set up this turn, then pick up to 3 friendly Stormcast Eternals unit armed with ranged weapons that are in 12 of that. Roll a d3 for each target. Okay, so the enemy unit that you pick is not the target. The 3 Stormcast that you pick are the targets. And they have to be, the Stormcast have to be themselves within 12 of that enemy. So it's not within 12 of the Gryph-hound, it's within 12 of any of the shooting units. Roll a d3 for each target. On a 2+, inflict that amount of mortal damage on the enemy equal to the roll. Okay. Actually, this looks silly. Before, you used to be able to shoot, like just shoot at the unit, resolve shooting attacks. But even though this looks like a nerf to that, it's a nerf to the intentional combo of like building 6 Vanguard long strikes or whatever, and a bunch of Vigilors, and like having a really powerful block of shooting guys, and then protecting yourself from deep strikes with the Gryph-hounds. Now, like any dude that has any ranged weapons at all near the Gryph-hounds adds to this damage. So your Dracoths, even though they only have range 10, they can use the Storm Blast or whatever. The guys with Bolt Storm pistols, or the dragons with the breath weapon attacks, it doesn't seem to be restricted based on like the Vanguard chamber or based on like any of that sort of stuff. They just have to have any ranged weapons at all. So that's tons and tons of units in the Stormcast army that just have a random ranged weapon on their Warscroll, and you can pick up to 3 and roll a d3 for each and get like, you know, a bunch of mortal wounds. I wouldn't want to set up near this most of the time. I think that's actually kind of usable. Surprisingly, what is it? Gryph-hounds. Warning Cry works off like bad ranged weapons as well as good ones. And they're like cheap and chaff, and I think underrated maybe. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I still don't know 100% if you take them, but not bad. Does something. I don't know, especially if you take them over Aetherwings, because Aetherwings move 12 and fly. And you might be a bit tight on drops, but I actually think this is not a horrible ability. If they're cheap enough, I wouldn't feel bad about including them in my list. All right, Annihilators with the big boy hammers. We got 4 inches movement, 3 health, 3+ save, 1 control. They got an additional +1 to wound and an additional rend and an additional damage over their small hammer variants, but they drop 1 to their armor save. They've got this Force of a Falling Star. If this unit charged this phase and the unmodified charge roll was an 8+, pick one enemy unit within 1 inch of it to be the target. That target has strike last for the rest of the turn. Okay, so we're back to trying to use strike last on the offense, right? So the unreliability works against us here, but you do get to see it at least before you commit to the charge. If you make a charge roll and you get a 7 and that's going to get you in, you know you'll get in, but you know you don't have strike last. So as long as you charge with the Annihilators first, you get the information before you commit with all your other charges. So it's not as bad as Lightning Echelon for unreliability. This is also can be a bit neat for doing the same thing as the other Annihilators, where you're trying to make them strike last. They risk striking last. So just having this around as a counter charge unit is kind of neat, but they do have to make the charge. So if your opponent actually charges the Annihilators with Meteoric Grandhammers, you don't have a chance of doing this. Whereas with the other ones, if they charge the shield guys, they can make them fight last, and you can counter charge with a supporting unit, and both of your units get to fight first. Whereas in this case, if they charge the Annihilators with Grand Hammers, they just kill your Annihilators, and you kind of feel bad. You don't get a chance to make them strike last. So these are obviously much more offensive. They've got the same deep strike mortals, but they slap in combat, and they absorb a whole bunch of buffs. They get +1 to their attacks from blessed weapons, which is really nice. They don't care so much about +1 to wound, I suppose, from Finest Hour. And they don't really need the armor save because whatever they're fighting is probably going to die. But overall, these guys are a really, really neat unit that benefits from a lot of things like you can use them with the Lord-Imperatant still and the Gardus and stuff like that to get a lot of damage out. I think these are still a neat unit. There's some healing in the army, like the healing... what's it called? Healing Storm, the prayer. You've got like the Vexillor banner maybe. I don't know. I think these guys, they're pretty good. Annihilators in general, Paladins are a solid choice, and there are lots of support for them. Not exactly the same as before, not as direct. Like Imperatants would specifically say Annihilators get 7-inch away deployment, and the healing and stuff like Cycle of the Storm and Andras's ability to return a unit was much better on Paladins and other things. So some of that stuff's gone away, but these guys still do a shitload of damage. And I think that's the main thing. You just want a unit of Annihilators with big boy hammers. Yep. Makes them strike last on an 8+ to charge. So that ability is not that useful, just because when you charge in with these guys, you're probably going to activate these guys first anyway. It's only relevant if you're trying to do a double charge, and you have to set up for the double charge before you know whether you're going to inflict strikes last on them. But you can combine stuff like this with Lightning Echelon. So maybe you've got your other unit is a unit of Dracoths, or dragons or something, and you're mitigating your risk by either you get strikes last this way, or you get strikes first on the other unit. So one way or another, you've got a decent chance of activating both of your guys before the enemy. It can still fall through, but being able to layer up those chances and mitigate your risk, that's really neat. And playing Annihilators with Meteoric Grandhammers with that lightning echelon ability, with some Extremis units like Concussors, I think might be quite neat. And these are a good target for Heaven Sent. You have a reinforced unit of Annihilators or a reinforced unit of Fulminators. You can return one of those at half strength. And I think that list, 6 Annihilators, 6 Concussors or something, might be a fun list to play. All right. Speaking of, we got Concussors. I think these are the best of the Dracothian Guard now. But they're all kind of good, similar as before, and similar to the like Liberators, Vanquishers, and Vindictors. They're all sort of viable. They got 10-inch move, 5 health, 3 up save, 2 control. They got the Storm Blast attack. The Lightning Hammer is really powerful, so 3 attacks, 3s, 2s, 1, 2 with crit mortal. And they got the Draconith Claws, so 3 attacks. I think Vandus' one had an extra attack. Extremis Chamber, so they do this weird wound reflect thing, which doesn't make a lot of sense on this sort of cavalry unit, but they got a decent amount of wounds, so I guess that matters. And then Thunderstruck, once per turn, army, any combat phase. And if you're taking a lot of Draconith, you might want to just take the different versions just so that you don't run across the once per turn army stuff. So that like you can take some Concussors, but then take Desolators or Fulminators for the other unit so that you're not doubling up on the once per turn army stuff. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this to be the target. Roll a dice. On a 3+, the target cannot use commands for the rest of the turn. That's right, this guy has Roar. Okay. So, Concussors. Lots of damage. And OG Roar. Built in. So that's a really powerful ability, lowers their armor save. To be fair, you are doing crit mortals up here, so that maybe their armor save doesn't matter that much, but you're only Rend 1. You've got 2+ to wound, so you can't really benefit from Finest Hour. So if I'm talking about that list where you have the Meteoric Grand Hammers guys, and you've got Concussors, then Finest Hour is kind of being wasted a little bit if they're your 2 hammer units. So I guess that might be something to think about. The other units that hit a bit less hard, like Desolators, yeah, they only wound on 3s, so you might take the other version just so you can use Finest Hour on them and get some value out of it. Especially because I think the other ones are cheaper. But this is a really, really powerful ability. Lowers their armor save by denying them all that defense. Also means they can't use... they probably can't use the other command anyway, the charge through. I guess it'll matter for things like Doc have a command that lets them fight twice. A lot of armies will have some sort of command. So I think this is a really, really powerful ability. And they're just a solid unit all around. Desolators, same sort of thing, similar damage profile, but instead of crit mortals and 2s to wound, they have anti-infantry +1 rend. And they add 1 to the damage characteristic if the target has 10 or more models. I think this is much worse than... We looked at the Vanquishers, and I was pretty keen on +1 damage against 5 or more models, but most units have at least 5 models. Even units that are 3 models big, people reinforce them into 6 model units. Very few units have 10 or more models, or I wouldn't say very few, but many, many units don't have 10 or more models. I'll put it that way. So this is much, much less useful. When you do get it, 3 damage is kind of neat, but I think it's a bit situational. So Desolators, +1 dam against 10 or more models. Okay. I don't really understand this design philosophy. When it's 5, it's pretty universal. It's like just separating... It even could just say if it has more than 1 model. Like if it's not a hero or a monster, then you get extra damage. But these sorts of things, I just don't really understand the design space for them. I don't really understand why it matters to deal more damage to units that have more models, as opposed to, like, I've got a unit of 10 Chaos Warriors that will have 2 wounds versus I've got a unit of 20 Skeleton Warriors that all have 1 wound. They both have the same number of wounds. I guess the Skeleton Warriors count as more on objectives and stuff, but I don't know. This never seemed like a very interesting sort of design space for me. Well, maybe they're finally getting it right. I don't know. I wouldn't take them, is the point. I would take concussors because concussors are always good. Desolators are like only good against a certain type of unit that they might not even have. Fulminators, so same sort of stuff. We've got 3s and 3s, 1 damage 2, and they get +1 damage on the charge, which is a bit more reliable than the Desolators, +1 damage against 10 or greater. So you're probably going to take Fulminators over Desolators. If this unit charges this phase, pick an enemy unit within 1 of it to be the target. On a D3, you get some impact hits as well. So you're doubling up, you get +1 charge damage, and you get impact hits. I think this is universally much more applicable than Desolators. I wonder if they cost the same. We got Desolators, Dracothian Guard, Desolators, 230, Fulminators, 230. Yeah, I don't think you take Desolators. I think you take Fulminators. Fulminators, +1 dam on charge, plus impact hits. BTFO, Desolators. All right. Thankfully, most people will have their units built into Fulminators, and Fulminators are still good. Concussors cost a little bit more, but they're probably a bit better, but that's okay. All right, how are we doing on time? 2 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, geez. All right. Oh, geez. Okay, I'm not going to do Spearhead. So we've got 60 Warscrolls or 60 pages to get through, and we've got another 20 to go. I don't know. All right, we'll do Tempesters at least, and then I might have a break and record the rest later. Not that that matters to you, because I'll just head at it. So we got worse attacks by a fair bit. We've got 1 Fury attack on the Warblade and only 1 damage with no ability. To make up for it, we get a Volley Storm crossbow. 12-inch range, 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1 damage with crit 2 hits. That's not a lot of damage. Overwhelming Volley Storm. Any shooting phase, pick an enemy unit that had any damage points allocated to it this turn by attacks made with its Volley Storm crossbows to be the target. These don't have shooting combat, so you can only do it if you weren't in combat before. And then roll a dice on a 2+, the target cannot use the all-out defense command in the following combat phase. So that's a little bit like the Desolators. But it's a bit more situational. You can't just use it all the time. It's on a 2-up instead of a 3-up, but you have to have shot, and you don't have shooting combat. I think if these had shooting combat, this would be okay, because once you get it in combat, and you want to get in combat to use the Draconith Claws and Fangs abilities, once you get in combat, you can't shoot, right? You can use the Stormblast, but not the Volley Storm crossbow. It's like a pistol crossbow. I feel like that needed shooting combat. So Tempestors, low dam, stops commands. Stops not commands, it stops all that defense when they shoot you. No shooting combat, despite wanting to be in combat. I think if you could shoot in combat with the crossbow, and if you could use this ability, well, then you'd be able to use the ability in combat, then I might think they're good. But these are like bad concussors, right? Concussors just do more damage, do all their damage in combat, so they're a clearer roll, and they stop them using all that defense anyway, plus whatever else command they might use. Yeah, I suppose you can use this in combination. You can shoot them. You don't have to charge with these guys, and it stops them using all that defense, and then you can charge with another thing. But they're such a heavy points investment. I think you want the Tempestors to be doing damage. Okay. Yep, I'll be right back. And there'll be more of this soon. Okay, I'm back. I've just realized I was wearing my headset for the whole first half of the video, and I don't really need to. But, you know, for the sake of continuity, we're going to keep it on. Praetors. Soul Guard's Halberd. 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1 2, and they got like a normal Stormcasty wheel, or 3 health, I suppose. Soul Bonded. Pick a friendly Stormcast Eternals hero to be this unit's Soul Bonded charge for the rest of the battle. In the deployment phase, you have to pick this. This doesn't say This is the same problem as the Knight-Questor. It doesn't exempt them from having to be on the battlefield to pick, and it also doesn't exempt the target from having to be on the battlefield. So it seems like both this and the target that you want to protect both have to be deployed on the battlefield, not put in the Celestial Realm for you to use the ability. And then Soulforged Guardians, this and the Soul Bonded dude have a water 5-up so long as they're standing next to each other. That's how all the sort of new bodyguard rules work, unless you're in Soulblight, then you get some of the old ones. They just can't make them consistent. But actually, I understand the Soulblight reason for doing that, and they still do have this on the Graveguard. Anyway, they don't do a ton of damage. They just do this, but they can do it to any hero. So you can still pick Krondus or Karazai. Oh, I'm just realizing I skipped Krondus and Karazai. I'll go back and do them in a second. You can pick your Stormdrake, your Stardrake, sorry. That thing will be really hard to kill if it's got a 5-up ward. A lot of these units, the main problem with them is that they don't have a ward. But having a couple Praetors around to give that unit a 5-up ward is really, really good. The new bodyguard ability is much nicer than the old one, because you used to have a weird loophole where sometimes you could deal more damage to the bodyguard unit by attacking the thing they were protecting than by attacking the bodyguard unit itself. I'm not sure if Praetors work that way, but there were definitely units that worked that way, where because of the interaction with wards and that sort of thing, if you attacked the main, like the target that they were defending, you would deal more damage to the bodyguard than if you just attacked the bodyguard directly. Very weird. Glad they've done this to get rid of that. And these actually might have a place. They're probably, how much are Praetors? 150. All right. Not super expensive. They just take up a regiment slot. But giving a 5-up ward to potentially like a 500 point unit, like your Stardrake, that's potentially worth it. Or like Karazai or Krondus. Where are we going? Stormcast Eternals. This thing. So Praetors, 5+ ward, weirdness around being deployed in reserve. I'm not 100% confident. There's my other stuff going on. Sorry, not 100% confident that this won't work on things in reserve, but I'm like, let's say 80% confident. I can't see a reason why I'm wrong about it. We're going to go find Karazai and Krondus. Have a look at them. All right. 20 health, 3+ save, 5 control. So they're big boys, 12-inch move. And they got Blazing Tempest, 12-inch range, 1 attack, 2 3s, 2 D3 +3 shooting combat. Okay. That's actually a decent breath weapon, assuming you don't flub the wound roll. Bit sad that it's only 1 attack just because that makes it really swingy. Imagine shooting a big jet of fire or whatever the heck it is your dragon shoots and like just miss entirely. Seems a bit odd. Seems like they should have a couple attacks and a couple points of damage, and they should be sort of middle weapons. But anyway, that's all right when it works. Annihilating Jaws, 4 attacks, 3s, 2s, 2, 4 damage. So that's an okay profile. Similar to Bastion, I guess. It's got anti-infantry +1 rend. And then he's got the Drake Lord's Talons. Not a companion weapon. Good to note, because he's just the one dragon. The dragon is the character. None of these are companion things, so they all benefit from all the buffs, which is really nice to have. Although he does wound on a 2+, so he's not making use of Finest Hour. Actually seeing a lot of the units that are high damage are wounding on a 2+, so you really aren't making use of Finest Hour very much. And as I mentioned in the last video, you can only use Finest Hour in your turn, so the save is not very useful. It's really +1 to wound is what you're using that ability for. And so many of the good Warscrolls, or so many of the Hammer Warscrolls, already wound on a 2+, which I guess is it's good. It's good that they have a better profile, but it just means that buff sort of sits there doing nothing. Anyway, that's an okay amount of damage. This will all depend on points and balance and all that sort of stuff, or whether that's any good. Fires of Retribution, while he has 5 to 9 damage points, you add 1 to the attack's characteristics. So instead of getting weaker, he gets stronger. Only the melee weapons, which makes sense. This is a really high damage attack, but these are pretty good too. While this unit has 10 or more damage points, add 2 to the attack's characteristic of its melee weapons instead. So going up to 6 and 8 gets pretty dangerous. Ancient Master of War, pick an enemy unit within this unit's combat range to be the target. Subtract 1 from the attack's characteristic of the target's melee weapons for the rest of the turn. No rolling, just automatically. You can fully rely on this. Boy, that is a really powerful debuff. Lots of units in the game are 2 attack units or even maybe 3 attack units, and -1 to their attacks is a huge debuff. A lot of enemy hammers are going to be, you're going to be halving or reducing their damage by 1/3 just by using this, and then you are doing a ton of damage. It's going to be really easy for you to underestimate how hard Karazai is to deal with. I guess you have to pick a target, so if you use multiple units to fight him, he can't debuff all of them like they used to be able to. I actually like that. It's a bit frustrating when I was playing Soulblight against Krondus. Both the tail thing was really dumb, the way that it did more than 1 damage per 1 model in your unit. So there was like a point where if you buffed Krondus enough, he could kill an infinite number of models with his tail. So long as they're all like one wound models, which Soulblight have a lot of. And on top of that, you subtract 1 from the attack's characteristic, and being a horde army, you have lots of models with a low number of attacks versus having a few models with a lot of attacks. So Krondus and Karazai were really, really difficult for Soulblight in particular to deal with. Like your big key hammer is Graveguard that have 2 attacks. So the fact they didn't have to pick a target as well meant that even if you charged them with several units, pretty much nothing in your army could ever catch them off guard. It was very, very difficult to get in there and deal with them. Just sort of meant you like couldn't play your army against that model, or you couldn't play that list against that model. You don't have many options. So I like this better. Gives you a little bit more flexibility. If you've got 2 hammer units, at least one of them isn't getting the debuff. With a bit more counterplay, you can take the guy down. He doesn't just debuff every single one. It's a bit of a weird buff, I gotta say. A weird debuff. Doesn't make a lot of sense that just because you're fighting a dude who's really good in combat, you always get -1 attack. But yeah, nothing about a big dragon that screams that to me. But it's a good ability. And Calamitous Tail Sweep. I hope they fix this. Once per turn army, any combat phase, pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll a dice for each model in the target unit on a 5-up, inflict a mortal. Okay. Nowhere near as good as before. Before he just had a profile, and the big mistake they made with the profile was its number of attacks is equal to the number of models like within 3, but they were 2 damage attacks. So if you had 1 wound, potentially by being in range of that attack, you could deal 1 wound to that and then kill another thing. And like I said, if you buffed the attacks enough, it would actually cause, on average, more than 1 damage per 1 attack. Because of that, you could just wipe out the whole unit, no matter how many models were in it. Very, very weird sort of design. Those sorts of things shouldn't have 2 damage because they're multiplying twice. It's multiplying the number of models in the unit is the number of attacks multiplied by the damage. That number shouldn't be more than the total number of models in the unit, if that makes sense. Anyway, this works appropriately. It's not bad. Happens before you fight, so you can charge into a unit that has 20 models and, I don't know, do 3 or 4 mortal wounds. Worth noting that you don't have double reinforcing now, so all of these sorts of things are not that good. The 5-up is the better version of them, but they don't do a ton of mortals, and it's not mortals based on the wounds characteristic of the unit either. So if they've got 2 wounds each, this does even less damage. I don't know. He's still got a really good profile and will still deal a ton of damage to everything. This just means he deals even more damage to big hoardy units. Okay. So we're going to Karazai, more damage when wounded. -1 attack to a single enemy unit. And Horde Clearer on 5+. Okay. What does... So he's not a wizard or anything, right? No, he's not. Okay. What does Gardus do? Gardus is 12 move, 20 health, 3 up save, 5 control. So same wheel. And he's a wizard 2. That's pretty neat. Double casting wizards are really valuable now because of the restricted number of drops. Having more cast than your opponent is really handy. In general, I think you just want to make really efficient use of those hero slots, and having a powerful wizard is a good option to have in your army, a nice build around. And I kind of hope, I'm remembering a long time ago, but I always remember, if you remember like the Chaos Lord on Manticore versus the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore, and then in it's Cities of Sigmar now, the Empire, you had like the General on Griffin or the like Sorcerer on the double-headed Griffin. You always had like a Foot Lord, a Foot Sorcerer, and a mounted Hero Lord, and a mounted Sorcerer Lord. And so you could kind of pick if you want your army to have like a big combat leader that goes around and beats things up, whether you wanted a big wizard leader who buffed your forces and was really good at casting spells. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that wizards weren't just relegated to like the foot guy that buffs other dudes, where you could have a leader and really make your army feel a lot more magic based. So I kind of like Gardus as a unit. And I wish more armies had more options like this. There's vanishingly few good double casting leaders, and I think that's the distinction. Having a double caster on the monster is what makes the difference. If you take like a Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon, that's a melee hero. It has a cast, but actually, that's a bad example. There are other armies that have... I think the Battle Mage on Griffin might be a good example. I think you still have that in Cities of Sigmar. I might be wrong. But all of these things... The Taurolon is a good example. Stormcast have a... I think I could hear a cat fight happening. Sorry, yeah, the Taurolon only has one cast. It's a big, expensive unit, but it still only has one cast. And you're like, why don't I just take 2 cheap wizards and then I get 2 casts? Why am I investing all these points in a big unit and it still only has 1 cast? Having just like the monster hero guy have 2 casts makes so much sense to me. The Vlodzit is a bad example because he's actually a huge beat stick monster, and the fact that he gets any magic at all is just like gravy. Anyway, so attacks. 4 attacks, 3s, 2s, 2 Ren, 4 damage. He's got the same shooting attack by the looks of it. Except this melee... Expect this melee profile is a little bit different. No, it is identical. Okay. He does get battle damage, so goes down 2 attacks instead of going up attacks. And he loses 2 of the good attacks. Ah, how unfortunate. Adds 2 to casting rolls for the unit. Just as a passive, he's got extra casting. I really like that they do bonuses to cast and not unbind all the time. In general, I think magic is too unreliable in Age of Sigmar, and one of the ways they can address that reliability is by having cast bonuses but not giving out unbinding bonuses. So this is kind of neat. It means that pretty much all the spells in the lore you cast very easily. Even this thing, 8 is getting to a point where the casting value matters, but Gardus is treating that like a 6. So casting value, I'd say, still doesn't matter in this case. You just pick whatever spell you want the effect of and cast that. Once per turn army, any combat phase, Soul Shaking Roar. Pick an enemy unit in combat range. In combat with this unit, be the target, roll a dice on a 3-up. The target cannot use commands for the rest of the turn. I have a feeling you have several of these abilities. Like we had the Concussor one, but they are all different abilities. So I'm not even sure that this once per turn army matters, because this guy's unique. You can only take 1 of them. But there are other duplicate effects on different abilities throughout the army. But that's very good. That's just like classic OG Raw. Plus 2 to cast, very good. Atavistic Tempest. Pick a visible enemy unit within 18 to be the target, so nice range. Pick one of the following effects to apply to the target until the start of your next turn. Subtract 1 from hit rolls, subtract 1 from rend, or subtract 1 from save rolls. Hey, that's really good. -1 to their save, and the fact that you could stop them using all-out defense, that's a good combo to have on the same unit. And then you can also, you've got 2 different defense options where you can either subtract their hit rolls or subtract their rend. That's a really valuable choice to have because your opponent might not have any rend on their weapons, so the hit rolls is kind of useful there. So subtract 1 from the save rolls if you're trying to kill them, subtract from the rend rolls if you're trying to protect your guys from a dangerous enemy unit, and subtract 1 from the hit rolls when all else fails. Works for ranged weapons as well by the looks of it, so you can reduce the rend on even shooting attacks. Hey, this dude is very cool. Gardus, double caster, +2 to cast, OG raw, decent in melee. Doesn't have the tail thing, but I don't like the tail thing. And then last thing, he's got excellent spell. Versatile. So you can use it for offense or defense, and versatile is spelled this way. Okay. All right, back to our regularly scheduled programming. We're going to look at Prosecutors. So these guys got a bit of a glow up from before. They used to be a really niche utility piece that like didn't really do any damage, but had a 3d6 charge. They're still a bit like that, but we'll have a look. So we've got 12-inch move, 2 health, 3 up save, 1 control. The Stormcall Javelin having range 10 is like a good threshold range, meaning they can deploy 9 away and still throw the javelins. 1 attack, 3 threes, 1 rend, D3 damage. So unit of 3 Prosecutors, you probably get 1 of these through. So maybe D3 damage of the 3 of them together. They got a Stormcall Javelin for 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1 damage with charge, +1 damage on the charge. That's not a tremendously powerful profile, but on the charge, with the extra damage, threatens a lot of light units like chaff and support units, possibly the kind of units that might be standing on an objective, guarding it, or screening something out. So not a useless amount of damage, sort of hits, I'm going to say similarly to a unit of Liberators or something like that. Maybe hits a bit harder on the charge, but then probably hits a bit less not on the charge. They got the Ruination Chamber ability, which is kind of neat. They got the expanded coherency range because their wings are just too freaking big. And they got Heralds of Righteousness, add 1 to the dice rolls when making charge rolls for this unit to a maximum of 3. This is an absolutely excellent ability in an army that can deep strike 9 inches away. They can make use of like Finest Hour and stuff like that. So you could potentially drop in 6 of them. I actually just thinking, I'm pretty sure you have to use Finest Hour in your hero phase, so maybe you can't deep strike them, give them Finest Hour, and then charge them in. That's a bit of a non-bow in the army, which I feel a bit sad about. The more Warscrolls I see, when I'm looking for targets for Finest Hour, I'm like not seeing a lot. Maybe it's because I'm like considering the wrong thing. We did just look at Karazai and Krondus, and I think they had some attacks that wounded on 3s. Am I wrong about that? No, they wound on 2s. Okay, I am wrong. There's lots of things that wound on 2s that are really good. And then there's things where like this is the kind of thing I would want to use Finest Hour on this. So the turn where I charge with them, I got the +1 damage, I got +1 to wound. I can use all out attack, maybe on a reinforced unit of Prosecutors or something, where I can turn a unit that's not really doing much damage into a unit that does a fair bit of damage. But you're probably going to want to deep strike these guys and then charge from reserve. So that's a bit frustrating. You can still use these guys, like I was saying with Andrasta, as a countercharge unit, but they don't have any other bonuses to that. There might be a way you can have, just for instance, if you've got like Vindictors, the Annihilators with shields, and Prosecutors, you can have a very prickly army that when your opponent charges into it, you've got a very decent chance of being able to make your opponent fight last or being able to strike first before them, all that sort of stuff. And then having these guys around, there's no limit on the charge distance, although you're probably not making charges more than 12 with this. You're very likely to make these 3d6 charges, and because they fly as well, they can fly over your troops that are in combat. And I think that's going to be the biggest problem when you're considering countercharge is if you're trying to have like a formation where you've got 2 units next to each other and one's going to countercharge to protect the other one. It's going to be easy for your opponent to charge both of them and stop you doing countercharge shenanigans, or it's going to be easy for them to be far enough away from that second unit that it's hard to countercharge. So having a unit that flies means you can sort of pair them up very closely, and regardless of where they hit that first unit, these guys can easily get into combat range. They've got the 3d6 movement, they've got the fly. I think works probably a lot better with Andrasta because she does real damage, but these guys might still be pretty flexible with that countercharge. I'm not sure you'll see reinforced units of them, but I think this is a kind of toolbox unit that, points permitting, is very useful to have at least one of in the list, just to force certain behavior out of your opponent. Just for the fact that they can't leave a random like beast unit on an objective or go cap an objective with like one thing and just assume that it's safe. This unit will be able to deep strike and charge onto that objective pretty reliably and take it off them. And just having that threat limits your opponent's options dramatically. And so it's a good thing to have in your list. Like just a unit of Prosecutors is very, very handy to have. All right. Prosecutors. 3d6 charge. That's the main game. Stormbreak Guard. They got the Draconic Flame Stream, 9 health, 12 move, 3 up save, and 5 control. So still big controllers, which you want to because you pay a lot of points for these guys. They got 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1 damage if they're armed with a lance, but they have to choose between the lance and the warblade. Lancers get anti-infantry +1 rend and charge +1 damage. Warblade is just double the number of attacks. So against non-infantry, they do the same damage when the lance is charging. Against infantry, the lance will do more damage on the charge, but the warblade will do more damage probably just fighting infantry than the lance. And I think you want the warblade most of the time. I think most of the time it does more damage. There is a niche where the lance does more damage, but you have to be like charging and fighting infantry for the lance to do more damage. These guys are pretty durable, but I don't think they have that much damage that they're necessarily going to plow through all their units in one go. I think just having the more attacks is more reliable. And then you got the Dragon Fangs and Talons. 2 rend, 2 damage in there, so mix of 2 and 1 rend stuff. They make fair use of the Finest Hour because they got that 3s and 3s. Draconic Onslaught. If this unit charges its turn, roll a dice on a 3+. This unit can move 2d6. It can pass through the combat ranges of enemy units and then end that move in combat. So you charge, then on a 3+, you move another 2d6 and pick an enemy unit that you move across and deal 3 d3 mortals to that unit. So it's a bit like the Ogre, I'm forgetting what it's called, but the Stonehorn Rampage. Gives you a bit more target selection. 2d6 is a decent amount of distance. If you got 4 Stormdrake Guard, that's probably not enough. But with 2 Stormdrake Guard, that is enough to hop over a screen and get to a unit behind them. And you can end in combat with new units by doing it. So that's pretty handy. It's a very maneuverable sort of unit, and it can get in combat, sneak past screens and stuff like that. Then you've got better coherency, and you've got the reflecting damage thing. These are mostly a stat block thing. Like, this is a cool ability. It's a bit of a toolbox thing. It can be useful to have, but it's not like you need these guys in your army. You can screen them out and then put a unit, like you can fill in the area behind the screen so they can't jump over the screen very easily. So I don't think this is like a piece of technology that you need in your army, but it's a good ability to have. It's once per turn army. So if you take a lot of dragons, a lot of Stormdrake Guard units, you have some diminishing returns. So you probably don't want to run the full Stormdrake Guard list where everything is dragons. Unless you like, maybe you have Krondus or Karazai, then you have a unit of reinforced Stormdrake Guard. That's most of your points right there. And then you just have some other support units to cap points and things like that. So yeah, I don't know. It's not a bad ability. This will really come down to points of whether or not this is any good. They're fairly generic, I've got to say. So it doesn't fuss me because I'm not really interested in dragons, but if you've got a whole army of Stormdrake Guard, I'm not sure if you're happy about that Warscroll or not. It's looks like a boring army to play. Whereas when they were released, they had like extra moves and mortal wound shooting and stuff like that. They had a lot more options. Very stat dependent. And Rampage. It's 2d6 over a screen or something. Do you have to end in combat? I assume. Like, why would you charge in? Okay, I guess you don't have to end in combat if you don't want to. You could charge in, do the Draconic Onslaught, mortal damage, and then just back out of combat, I suppose. That's interesting. That sounds really dumb, but the ability to do that is kind of useful because these are Extremis guys, right? Yeah. So if you do Lightning Echelon, you can charge with your 2 guys, see if you get your strikes first from Lightning Echelon, and then you can use Draconic Onslaught to be like, oh, I didn't get my strike first. Now all of a sudden I don't want to be in combat with this unit of Chosen or something. I'm going to roll this other 3 up and hope that I can back out of this combat. Which is pretty funny, but it is neat that you can do that, that it's on the Extremis chamber, guys. Okay. Stormstrike Chariot. I hate chariots. I'm really happy that the Slaves to Darkness chariots are bad because I think chariots just look dorky and silly. I feel like they're the wrong era technology and whatever, but some people like their chariot. So, Stormstrike Chariot. And I think this one's better as well. I think just the Chaos ones are old and dorky. This one is much cooler looking. So we've got 10 move, 10 health, 3+ save, 2 control. You have to pick either the spear or the bow. The bow has 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1 rend, 1 damage, anti-infantry, and crit 2 hits. So not a ton of damage, like probably 2. Probably maybe 1 actually. Once you miss and stuff, maybe not even 1. Stormstrike Axe, 3 attacks, 3 3s, 1 1, charge +1 damage. So you're like on 1 Annihilator when you're on the charge. If you've got the spear as well, then you've got 2 attacks, 3 3s, 2 rend, 1 damage, and then the mounts do 6 attacks, 4 3 1 1. So not a ton of damage coming out of the chariot. I don't use this thing, so 170. Okay, that's not too expensive. It's a war machine. And it gets Azir Unleashed. If this unit charges phase, pick an enemy with them 1. It does like impact hits. Cool. Celestial Blaze. When this unit uses power through, which is pretty likely because it's got a 10 health. It's pretty likely to be eligible to use power through, I should say, because it's got 10 health. Inflict an additional D3 mortal damage on the target and add D6 to the distance this unit can move as part of the ability. The extra distance is probably handy. You get to move your entire movement. You can't get in combat with new units, I'm pretty sure. But you get to move like 10 plus a D6. So you can charge something, deal your impact hits, fight it, and then power through and move a full 10 plus a D6 inches away from it. Which is kind of neat if you want to like slingshot off them, right? You run into them and then power through to get past them and go stand on an objective. Yeah, it's quite fast, and it'll do an additional D3 mortal damage. I don't think there's any mortal damage from Power Through. I might be wrong. I've already forgotten what Power Through does, but you're doing D3 over here, another D3 plus some attacks. The big problem is that you have to survive that combat. With 10 wounds and a 3-up save, there are a fair number of units that you could charge that you will survive the combat with, and because they don't do a ton of damage in combat, and this might be another reason to take the Stormbow over the Spear, you won't wipe that unit out, because when you are trying to power through, you have to be in combat to power through. So if you wipe the unit out, if you deal too much damage and they can like remove casualties so they're no longer in combat, then you can't power through. So I reckon probably the bow for what the unit is trying to do, and you just use some of these mortal damage and then you peace out and go stand on an objective. Yeah, it like does something. I'm not super mad about it. Impacts, faster power through, low damage. Because you can do like, you could do this with Prosecutors, but I guess Prosecutors have lower health, so you have to do it with like a Knight-Draconis or something. You gotta have more health than the enemy to power through. So like, actually this is pretty good at doing that. This might be a really fun unit to use. I don't know if it's a good unit, but it does do something. It's pretty unique, and like the something that it does is not necessarily terrible. Like it's a very maneuverable thing. All right, Vanguard Hunters. 5-inch move. Sad that these guys aren't 6, being Vanguard dudes, but that's all right. 2 health, 3-up save. Bolt Storm Pistol does not much damage, but you can shoot in combat. Stormrot weapon does not a lot of damage, but you know, these are like Liberator alternatives here. They can run and shoot and charge and retreat, which is quite good, especially with the 3-up save. These are like, if you want an alternative to Liberators that makes your army a bit more mobile and you don't get stuck in combats, this is kind of cool. Astral Compass. These are what I'm thinking they are. Pick an enemy unit to be the target. The target has the hunted keyword for the rest of the battle, once per battle. So again, all of these abilities where you have to pick a thing, I'm pretty sure you have to be on the battlefield to use it. So very weird. For the army, where like your army rule is that you can deploy in reserve and then arrive 9 away. Weird that you have to deploy on the battlefield. But so long as like you could put half your army in reserve. So these are the ones that go on the battlefield. They pick their abilities. The ones in reserve are the ones that don't have abilities like this. It's not the end of the world. Star marked. Add 2 to this unit's move characteristic while a hunted enemy is on the battlefield. In addition, add 1 to hit rolls for this unit attacks that target the hunted enemy. So they get +1 on their pistols and on their Stormrot weapons. It's kind of neat. You could take potentially a lot of these guys and you only get 1 hunted enemy. So one of them picks a thing to hunt. It's a bit like the Questor. You only get 1 thing to hunt, but they all get the bonus to hunt the thing, and they all get the additional +1 to hit. It's a bit weird that you lose the bonus once they die. I would have thought you get... Nah, actually, it doesn't make sense either way. Like if you had +1, +2 to your move after you get them, then it doesn't help you hunt them. It's just sort of like you get tired. You move towards them, kill the hunted thing, and you're like, now I'm tired. I don't want my bonus anymore. And it's weird that you want to leave the hunted thing alive so that your guys move further. I get that they also get a bonus to shoot him, but you might just pick some unit that your opponent has that you don't really have a good chance of killing, so that you get to have +2 movement for the whole game. So you move 7 inches and you've got run and shoot and charge and all that sort of stuff. That's a weird ability. The Storm Strike. What are they? Vanguard Hunters. Vanguard Hunters. Pick a dude to hunt. +2 movement. +2 movement. For hunted. No. While the hunted dude is on the table and +1 to hit him. Yeah, weird that you want to keep him alive. It also has weird deployment phase timing because you can't use it if you're in reserve. But not the end of the world. Vanguard Paladors. So these guys have 14-inch move. Very, very quick unit, and they can be teleported by that hero. Not that you really want to. They got the Bolt Storm pistols just like the guys above. Is it exactly the same? It is the same. And they have either a Starstrike Javelin or something else. Oh, no. There's two versions of Paladors. These are the version that have the Starstrike Javelin. So they've got range 12, 1 attack, 3 threes, 1, 2. And they've got 1 attack in combat, 3 threes, 1, 2. And then the Gryph Charger's Beak with 3 attacks, 4s, 3s, 1, 1. So they don't hit nearly as hard as the, what are they called? The not Storm Drake, the Dracothian Guard. They don't hit nearly as hard as Dracothian Guard, but I think they might come in 3s, like all the Vocators on Gryph Chargers, and they've got some other abilities to increase their damage. So they can run and shoot and stuff, so they're very, very, very quick. They've got Charging Volley. If this unit charges this phase, pick an enemy unit in combat with it to be the target. This unit can immediately use a shoot ability as if it were your shooting phase, but it must target that enemy unit. This unit's Starstrike Javelins have shoot in combat this phase. So you get to shoot with your pistols and with your javelins, and then you get to attack with your javelin and Razorbeak as well. I think altogether, that's not an insubstantial amount of damage. And, geez, I have to check. We're page 48. I'm just going to quickly check. Finest hour. Combat attacks. I thought maybe we have a really good target because you can give +1 to wound on their pistols and their javelins for both the shooting attacks and the melee attacks. But no, you still not a good target. You only have 1 attack that gets affected by Finest Hour. This is kind of cool. You do get to like make a bunch of extra attacks on the turn that you charge. It's like a different version, a more thematic and interesting version of a charge bonus. These guys are really quick, but they sort of just do the same thing that Dracothian Guard do. They are much faster. They do have retreat and charge, and those are important differences. Being able to retreat and charge and run and charge does open the unit up to a lot more of the board, but the only thing this unit does is like charge stuff and deal damage to it, and I feel like you have other stuff that is better at that. So Vanguard, Paladors, fast, but kinda low down. Vanguard Paladors with spears. Yeah, that's really fun. I like fun alternative to a charge bonus. I like that idea where like they're charging into combat and they throw the spear. Reminds me of like the scene in Lord of the Rings where the Rohirrim come to charge through and the guy just canes someone with a spear. But yeah, ultimately it's just like a charge bonus. Just works the same sort of way. Alternately, you can take the guys with shock hand axes. They still have the pistols, but they lose the javelin attack. They only have... Sorry, the spear guys only have 1 attack in combat with the javelin. These guys get 2 attacks. They're always 2 damage. So is the javelin. Sorry, I missed that. But they get +1 damage on the charge. So instead of having a charge bonus where you get to shoot a bunch at them, you have a charge bonus where you do +1 damage. You can do some math to figure out which one does more. I assume the shooting guys do a bit more damage because these guys have a different ability that doesn't increase their damage. They still got the run and shoot and charge stuff, which for a unit, for both of these units, they have charge bonuses. So being able to retreat and charge is really handy because you can get that bonus every single time. I also need to point out, actually, the fact that it's 14 is really, really good. 1 second. Yay. Okay, it doesn't change any of this, but they've got 5 health and 14 move. So they can charge something and shoot it, and then, so long as they're still in combat, they can use power through and then move 14 inches away, which is such a long distance that the difference between like Dracothian Guard, they only move like 10 or something. So you aren't getting out of danger by using power through. But Vanguard Paladors might actually be useful in that they can charge, deal a bunch of damage, and then get out of dodge. They can sort of they can power through and move 14 inches away from the enemy. And you can also use, because this happens before you fight, you can charge with a couple of them and do all this damage in the charge phase. So that timing is actually, I guess, a little bit important. You can only power through with one of them, but this is a pseudo fights first thing. It's a bit better than like here we get +1 to our damage, but we have to activate in order of activation. So this is more like impact hits, I should say. It's not like a charge bonus. So fun alternative to, we're going to say impact hits. That's a more accurate sort of way to conceptualize that. So the Vanguard, the dudes with axes have, if any damage points are allocated to an enemy unit by attacks made with this unit's shock hand axes, subtract 1 for wound rolls for that enemy unit's combat attacks for the rest of the turn. I don't think you want this. I think the idea should be I want to get in and pretty much kill the thing that I'm fighting. If they're dead, they crowd controlled, as the saying goes. If I kill more of the unit I'm fighting, then I take less damage back, so I may as well do more damage. So I guess it depends on the math. Like if their damage is really similar, maybe the axe guys are a bit better, but if their damage is much better on the spear guys, you probably want to take the spear guys. Yeah, I don't know. Just depends on numbers. This is a weird ability to give a unit that's it's not really a grindy unit, but I suppose they still have the 3-up save. They look slight, but they still have the 3+ armor and 5 wounds. They're actually quite durable. So having a debuff means they can stick around in combat and take a hit back and get charged and then like survive. Although you have to attack first to do it. So if the enemy charges you and then fights, then you don't get this effect. I don't... Vanguard Paladors with axes. Debuff your dead enemies. Like you charge in, cut the guy in half with your axe, and then he's laying there dead on the ground, and you go, take out, sucker, you've got -1 to wound. Doesn't really matter. And if they charge you, then you're the dead enemy, and your axes don't do anything. They've already attacked you. So it's a silly ability. Vanguard Raptors with Hurricane Crossbows. I'm just going to call them Raptors. I can't be bothered spelling Vanguard over and over and over. With Expose. Alright. 5-inch move, 2 health, 3+ save. Hurricane Crossbows only range 12. That's very, very close range. 4 attacks, 3 threes, 1 damage. So no rend at all, but against infantry they get a rend. And they get crit 2 hits. Crit 2 hits probably doesn't make up for losing 2 attacks. This unit can use shoot, so it can still run and charge and shoot and all that, which makes up a little bit for their short range, but not that much. Then you've got Coordinated Strike. Add 1 to wound rolls for this unit's shooting attacks if the target is in combat with a friendly Vanguard chamber unit. So, what? If you're in combat, let's think about this. On my turn, I'm not in combat. I move up and I shoot them so I don't get my bonus. And then I charge into combat. Then I'm in combat. On the enemy turn, they move up. Maybe I covering fire and I shoot them so they're not in combat and I don't get the bonus. Then they charge me, deal a bunch of damage. Then it comes back around to my turn. I'm in combat with them. In my movement phase, I probably retreat because all my Vanguard units have retreat and charge, and a lot of them have charge bonuses. So I want to retreat my Vanguard units out of combat. Why would I leave them in combat if they got retreat and charge? It's just like free movement. I guess I leave them in combat. It's like I forego the whole benefit of being a Vanguard chamber unit so that I can get +1 to wound. I don't like that. Nombo with retreat and charge. in charge. Low range. Boo. I don't think I'd take these guys. They just feel awkward to play with, and they don't seem like they do a ton. 5 move, 2 health, 3+ save, 1 control. You've got long strike crossbow for 18-inch range. Okay. Games Workshop doesn't understand the difference between 12 inches and 18 inches. This may as well be a football field away, and this will be in combat, right? The difference between these two is like this unit is going to get charged and killed. This unit is not going to get charged and killed. 18 inches is so much further away than 12 inches. Once you get past like 18 inches, once you get to like 24 inches, anything past 24 inches is like, may as well be the whole board. Okay. It's not exactly, but the threshold for ranged weapons is, am I far enough away that I can shoot you and you still can't charge me next turn? Some units can still cover the 18-inch gap, but if you're a foot unit, I move like 5 inches on average. Like most foot units move 5 inches, and then they charge about 6 inches, right? You can get longer charges, maybe get 7-inch charges or something. So 5 inches plus 7 inches, hey, that's 12, right? 12-inch range means that you're pretty much in range to be charged by anything in the game. 18-inch range means that you can shoot infantry and most units if you're at the extremity of the range, and be fairly safe from retaliation. You can easily put a screen in the way and still be in range to shoot. Once you get 12 inches, you have to get so close with your screen. Like, there's a world of difference between these two numbers. And Games Workshop seems to treat them like, yeah, like this one's, it's 6 inches different. Like, that's pretty close. It's not. It's not even remotely close. So much more usable, infinitely more usable because they have this. 2 attacks, 3 threes, 2 range, 2 damage, anti-hero, crit, auto wound. That is a fairly substantial profile. Not a lot of attacks, admittedly, but still a fair bit of damage coming out of these guys. I think they have a champion. Yes, they do. So they get +1 attack from the champion on their shooting attacks, and they didn't used to. So the unit has 7 attacks, which is important when you have a profile that's this good. Anti-hero is pretty good here, giving them up to Rend 3 when they're shooting like zombie dragons or vampire lords and zombie dragons and stuff like that. They got garbage melee attacks, but to be fair, you don't want these guys in melee. They can still run and charge and shoot and all that sort of stuff, which is excellent. Look, if they get in combat, they don't want to be there and they're going to get beat up. But if any of them survive, they can retreat out of combat and still shoot in that turn, which is really handy. I guess, the other guys can do that too, but we also got headshot here. If this unit did not use a movability this turn and was not set up this turn, for the rest of the turn, you can ignore the effect of guarded hero when picking targets for its shooting attacks. So a bit lame that you can't make use of your run and shoot. You have to give up a lot of movement, but I think the balancing act of this is quite a nice way to design rules, where if I put my hero outside of 18 of the Vanguard Raptors, then I can be reasonably sure you're not going to be able to kill him. You can run into range, run into the 12-inch guarded hero range and shoot me anyway, but that means you have to come all the way over here, and I still get -1 to hit because this only ignores the when picking targets portion of guarded hero. It doesn't ignore the -1 to hit from guarded hero. So the counterplay this gives the opponent is very neat. It can feel like really punishing. The fact that like you can't just set them up, drop them in and like blast some hero off the table. I think this is very handy. If you're going to do that, like you can still deploy within that 12-inch guarded hero range and still shoot them, but you'll have -1 to hit and you'll be very, very close to the enemy and they'll be in range for a retaliation. So I actually really like the design of headshot, just for the counterplay it gives the opponent. And I think these guys are still pretty good. Like 18 is a really big reduction in range, but 12 is practically useless. 18 is very easy to use. I think Raptors might still be a thing. It just depends on their points. Raptors with longbows. Stand still to ignore guided hero. Solid profile. Because that's really all they do. They're just like shooting with a solid profile. You don't get +1 to wound from Finest Hour. I don't think you even get +1 attack. I mean, maybe you do from Blessed Weapons. Jesus. Prayer Law. Yeah, melee weapons. So, although if you affect them with this, the empowered effect, yeah, if you hit them with the empowered effect, I think it does affect them. Oh, no, it's melee weapons. Sorry, the empowered effect means they can hit non-infantry. It doesn't mean they can hit ranged weapons. My bad. Okay. Hard to buff the guys, I suppose. But that's true of most of the shooting. And I think the only thing that will knock these guys off their perch as being like premium decent shooting will be that Vigilors are good. So we're going to have a look at Vigilors. All right. These are, you have to keep in mind, they're like Judicators. They're kind of like a Liberator tier unit. Fairly sure they're priced that way as well. Yeah, 140 points. They're not expensive. So they've got 6 move, so they get an extra movement. Then 3 up save, 2 health. They've got this Stormcaller bow. They keep the 18-inch range, so the same range as those Vanguard Raptors. You get 2 attacks, 3 threes, rend 1, 1 damage. So not as good. They drop a rend, they drop a damage, they don't have crit, wound, whatever. They're not doing as much damage, but they're much cheaper. I assume I haven't seen Vanguard Raptors with long strike crossbows. Yeah, 170 for 3 of them, whereas Vigilors is 140 for 5 of them. So a lot more wounds. And I didn't note the armor. So Vanguard Raptors did go up to a 3 up save, which is neat. On top of this decent shooting profile, right? This was like what they had in 3rd edition. It wasn't really enough in 3rd edition, but with the nerfs to all the shooting units and with the nerfs to damage in general, I think this is actually a pretty decent looking profile now. Stormblade, 2 attacks, 3 threes, 1 damage. That's very similar to that Liberator profile in combat. So they're versatile, can fight both at range and in combat. They can't shoot in combat, which is unfortunate, but it makes sense. They've got a huge bow. I do think it's hilarious that they're like holding their bow and the sword in one in each hand. I guess you don't have time to put your bow away when you're going to do some fighting. But anyway, they've got both ranged and melee profiles, and it's a really long range profile. If you've got, I was comparing earlier, you might want Vanquishers or Liberators or Vindictors. They all have like a place. These guys are just doing extra chip damage by shooting things 18 inches away every turn. I think that's a really useful ability. And then you've got this Navigators of the Storm as well. If an enemy unit had any damage points allocated to it this turn by this unit's shooting attacks, add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by friendly Stormcast Eternals unit that target that unit for the rest of the turn. So all of your other shooting and all of your combat attacks get +1 to hit as well. So that's actually really neat. This is the same ability they had before, I'm pretty sure. You do have to actually allocate damage, so you can't just target them. But potentially you can split your fire 2 ways. You can pick, half your attacks go to this unit and half your attacks go to this unit, and get +1 to hit on both of them. I think these guys will... they're finally good enough, not because they have gotten better, but because pretty much everything else has taken a step back. These guys are pretty good. Also, I'm not sure if they were 3 up save last time. They might have been, they might not have been. I'm not 100% sure. But I reckon they're much more viable now than they used to be. So Vigilors. And also, I have a feeling you used to have to take like a certain guy to make them battle line. And that was a big issue with just designing the list. But now they're Warrior Chamber. So they're very easy to take. Pretty much all of the Stormcast dudes can take Warrior Chamber guys. Because they're like your battle line stuff. So Vigilors, decent all-rounders. +1 to hit against a unit they damage with shooting. So I think that's pretty neat. A lot of the units in the game, a lot of the units in the army, even the ones that wound on 2-ups, hit on 3-ups. So saving yourself the all-out attack, being able to use all-out defense, that's actually really important for a Stormcast army. You don't want to be using all-out attack because you've got a 3-up save, and increasing that to a 2-up save doubles the amount of damage the unit can take. A 2-up save is twice as good as a 3-up save. Of course, the enemy has rend and stuff like that, so often you're actually changing it between a 4-up and a 3-up save, which is not quite the same level of return there. But being able to use all that defense makes the best use of your armor save, and your opponent doesn't have raw anymore, so a lot of the time they won't be able to stop you using that ability. They'll need like specific units to do that, and you want to be using all that defense. You don't want to be using all that attack, so having this is really, really neat. Just want to check, does this work with like covering fire? Any points allocated to it this turn, add 1 to hit rolls. Hey, neat. This works with covering fire as well. So you can deter enemy units, or if you're already in combat with them, you can use covering fire to sneak in an extra hit bonus there as well. Won't always happen because obviously you don't have control over what you're shooting against with covering fire all the time. But if you have a couple of units of Vigilors just on the table, that might be a neat use of it instead of because you've got the -1 to wound or whatever. You might not be doing a lot of damage, but if you get 1 point of damage through, then you can get that +1 to hit and still use all that defense on that unit that's in combat with the thing you're shooting. So I like them a lot. I think they're much better than they used to be for a whole bunch of reasons. Okay, Questor Soulsworn. 5-inch move, 3 health, 3 save. I think this is a unit of guys, and they hang out with the Knight-Questor. So Questor Soulsworn, we've got 6 guys. They're warrior chamber, and they can't be reinforced. So 3 attacks each, 3 threes, 1, 2 damage. Hey, that's a good profile. It's like the Annihilator with shield profile. And they got 3 health each on a 3-up save. So they're actually pretty durable as well. How many points do these guys? I know I just looked at this. 230 for 6 of them. Okay, not super cheap, but Ordained Quest, pick an objective wholly outside friendly territory. That objective is considered by you to be quest marked. So this is the same ability that the Knight-Questor has. And I think that means that you could put these guys on the battlefield maybe, and then put the Knight-Questor in the Celestial Realm, and you can ordain the quest or whatever, mark the quest as quest marked, mark the objective as quest marked, using these guys so that you can have your other guy deploy through the Celestial Realm. Then you've got once per battle, your movement phase, Relictor Soul Guide. Declare you can pick a friendly Knight-Questor unit within this unit's combat range to be the target. Remove this unit from the battlefield and set it up again on the battlefield more than 9 from all enemy units. Then if you picked a target, remove it from the battlefield and set it up again within this unit's combat range of more than 9 from all enemy units. Okay, so you don't even need to do this like reserve shenanigans, trying to get it so you can deep strike your Knight-Questor onto an objective. But these guys, once per battle, they can set up on the battlefield like normal, pick your objective like normal, and then you just use this Relictor Soul Guide to teleport them and the Knight-Questor in friendly combat range. So you deploy them together. They both teleport anywhere in the battlefield, 9 away from enemy units. That's kind of neat. It's a core ability, so you can't move and then do it. But I don't think you need to, because you can do it outside of combat. Right, awesome. So this is a weird way of getting around. I'm spending so much time thinking about, oh no, this ability's not going to work right because you have to deploy the guy in the battlefield, which means you can't deploy him in the Celestial Realm, which means you can't do the Lore Seeker thing. How can I get around all this? You don't need to get around it. You take the Questor Soulsworn unit, they hang out with the Knight-Questor, and they teleport the Knight-Questor over to the objective, and they hang out on that objective. And while they're doing that, his will be done while this unit is contesting a quest marked objective. Add 3 to this unit's control score, and this unit has a ward of 5 up. So the Knight-Questor, I think, will have control 5. This unit will have 6 plus 3 from the control score bonus here. They both have a ward of 5 up, I'm pretty sure. So it's a 3-up save. You have 3 wounds each. So you got 18 on this, and then I think maybe 6 more. So 24 wounds on a 3-up, 5-up. And you've got a really solid control score with some actually beat sticky kind of melee profiles. I like this as a lore seeker type of unit. I think you could easily include one of these, the Questor Soulsworn with the Knight-Questor, in a lot of Stormcast lists, and it gives you like a little piece of technology where you can make this unit and that hero really punch above their weight. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's just Warrior Chamber, so you can just include this in like any regiment, and you can include the Knight-Questor as a Stormcast exemplar under many heroes as well. So they get around the regiment requirements. I think it's kind of neat, and I'd certainly use it. I'd have a lot of fun with that sort of thing. I think that's a bonus bit of an ability. I can't believe I stressed so much about trying to make that Knight-Questor teleport. I guess you do still want, if you just take a Knight-Questor, you don't have to take these guys. Like if I just have a look, Knight-Questor. Yeah, you don't have to take the Questor Soulsworn as well. So if you just take the Knight-Questor and put him on the battlefield, then you're relying on a Relictor or something, or some other ability to teleport him across the board or get him onto the objective that is quest marked. So again, it's a shame that it's wholly outside, because like if some battle plans, all of the objectives are going to be partially in friendly territory. So it's a bit silly. It should just be like outside, or sorry, in enemy territory maybe would be the better version of it. Or not wholly within friendly would be, I guess, the best one. Not wholly within friendly territory. So you can pick ones on the border of friendly territory, and ones in enemy territory, and ones in the no man's land, and use the Questor for all of them. But he's a bit restrictive, and that might be the thing that stops you taking him. Teleports your Knight-Questor and themselves, and 5+ ward. You never take these guys without the Knight-Questor, I don't think, because... Oh, no, actually maybe you do, right? You don't need to take the Knight-Questor. You can just have this unit, and this guy can teleport up the board. And they still keep the 5-up ward. They still get an extra control score. It's just that the Knight-Questor also gets extra control score. So, I don't know. Not 100% dependent on the Questor. That's kind of cool. I like that you can just take these guys if you like these guys. You can just take the Knight-Questor by himself, or you can take him as a pair, and they like you invest a bit more in that strategy. Okay, we're up to the endless spells. So these guys set up 18 away, the Vortex and the Everblaze Comet. I think the Age-Arcanum sets up, you pick a hero in 12 or something and put the Age-Arcanum in 1/2 inch, and then put the hero on it. So a bit weird. Anyway, Celestial Vortex, 7 health, 6-up save, so it dies to a stiff breeze, 7+ banishment, so it's possible to banish it, but not necessarily an auto banish. Storm of Vengeance, 12 attacks, 4s and 4s, 1 damage, crit auto wound. So you hit with 6 and wound with 3, and then they save 1 of them or 2 of them. Maybe you wound with a bit more. So let's say you save 1 of them and it does 2 damage. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for enemy shooting attacks made by enemy units while they are within 12 of this manifestation. They already get -1 to hit with covering fire. I mean, it's nice to have in your back pocket. If your opponent's army has a lot of shooting, then I guess this is an okay thing to cast. But I think just like the positioning of manifestations means you have to put this thing, like you got to put this thing in within 12 to get the debuff. But if it's within 12 of them, it's the perfect distance for them to like move 5 inches, then charge the manifestation, get to like the backside of it, and then pile in to your unit standing behind the manifestation. this would work better if it was like a shield, if it protected you. You know, anything within 12 of any friendly units within 12 of this were -1 to hit by any shooting attacks. Yeah, this is a bit awkward. I don't think this is any good. We're going back up here for manifestations. So Vortex, 18-inch range, -1 to hit on shooting in 12. Nah, not good. I don't think I'll cast this. Even in the matchups where it's really relevant, I probably don't want this. Dias Arcanum, so it's got a movement of 8, which is weird. Right? Wait on, we're going to go check the Dias Arcanum rules. Manifestation law. Pick a friendly Stormcast Eternals infantry hero that does not have fly and is wholly within 12. Set the Dias Arcanum up within half an inch of the target, visible to the caster and not in combat, then remove it and put it on the Dias Arcanum. Oh, okay. I thought they got 12 inches movement. I've been lying to people. Okay. Guess it's only 8 inches. That significantly reduces how excited I am about the Dias Arcanum. I thought they had 12 inches movement and fly, so you could like put this on Bastion, and Bastion would go from 5 inches to 12 inches and like fly up the board. But no, only 8 inches. That's unfortunate. Okay, Arcane Enhancement. While the unit that was picked to be the target of the Summon Dias Arcanum ability is on the platform of this manifestation, that unit has a ward 5+. Okay, so even less reason to use it on Bastion because Bastion already has a ward 5+. If the unit is a wizard, add 1 to that unit's power level. Okay, you don't want to put Bastion on it. It's just, at this point, it's just +3 movement. This unit cannot use move abilities and remains in the manifestation each time it moves. Okay, that's fine. So your movement now becomes 8 and you fly. Instead of measuring range or visibility to the unit, measure it to the manifestation. Maybe there's a way to like expand. If you've got a buff, you can expand the range because the Dias is a little bit bigger. So it's if you're within 12 of the Dias instead of within 12 of like a 40mm base. The manifestation can be picked to be the target of abilities other than banish. So you just fight the hero on it. That's fine. If it's banished, but before removing it from the battlefield, set up the unit on its platform on the battlefield within 3 inches of it. That unit can only be set up in combat with units it was already in combat with when it was banished. If it is not possible to set up, the unit is destroyed. If the unit is on the platform is destroyed, immediately remove this manifestation from play. Okay, one interesting thing I see about this is if you are in combat and it gets destroyed, you can set up the hero not in combat. You just have to be within 3 inches of it. And so unless they're surrounding it, you can just set it up behind it 3 inches away. So you won't be in combat, which is kind of neat. Saves the guy on top. Although if it's banished, so chances are it won't be banished while you're in combat, but just interesting to note. Yeah, it gives them 5-up ward and adds a 1 to their power level. I think that's actually really neat that it adds 1 to the power level because any of the 1 cast wizards, just actually trying to think, we don't even have the Knight Incantor. Maybe we only have the Knight-Arcanum. Who else is a wizard? Stormcast not have wizards now? Like Gardus, but he can't use this. Does the battle profile say? No. I feel like I'm forgetting it. They must have a second wizard. It can't just be the Knight-Arcanum. Maybe it is. Okay. Well, maybe the Knight-Arcanum will make its way into lists just because it's like the only wizard. Because you can just take this for free. Your first cast gives you another cast. It's the old Balefire Vortex or whatever it was. You used to stand your wizard on top of it, get 2 casts and extra range. This is 2 casts, extra movement and a ward. You're still an infantry hero, so you still have guarded hero and stuff. I actually really like this. I think this is kind of good. It's 8-inch move. 8-inch move. +1 to power level 5+ ward. Even if you're just giving your foot hero a 5+ ward, that's kind of a neat thing to do with your spellcasting. It's probably going to be better than the unlimited spell that you have. So you may as well. Like, I think Dias is worth casting. It doesn't make you weaker. It doesn't give you your opponent extra targets to charge. Just makes like the guy a little bit bigger, move faster, be tougher, and have a higher power level. You just kind of want this. So neat. I like Dias Arcanum. Or Deus. Deus, probably. D-A-I. Everblaze Comet. 5 health, almost no health. 4+ save. So dies pretty quick. 6 banishment, easy to banish. Any hero phase, Burning Vengeance. If this manifestation was summoned this phase, pick any number of enemy units within 6 of it to be the targets, and then do D3 mortals to them on a 2+, whatever. So it's got 18-inch range, and then it hits everything within 6 of it. This is not a bad spell, right? It's annoying that it leaves behind a comet that your opponents can charge. You don't want that. It would be better if it didn't, if it wasn't an endless spell and it just hit the ground, 18 inches, everything within 6 took D3 mortal wounds on a 2-up. But that's not a bad ability. It's a bit unfortunate that you can only do it in the phase it was summoned. Like this is it crashing into the ground and exploding. It's not it crackling away. Then it has a passive, Arcane Disruption, subtract 1 for casting rolls for enemy wizards while they're within 12 of the manifestation. So 30-inch range, which I think is important for wizards. If you are casting this to give an enemy wizard -1 to cast, you have to be within 30 inches of that wizard, which is unbind range. So your opponent is able to unbind Everblaze Comet if you're trying to get Arcane Disruption on them next turn, which is kind of lame. One of the cool things you used to be able to do with Everblaze Comet was be outside of unbind range and then throw this comet, because it had like a 30-inch range or something, crash it down somewhere near the enemy wizards and give them the debuff. So a bit sad that that works that way. Sad that it leaves behind a thing that you can charge. It's the bad kind. It has no movement at all. So your opponent can deep strike units next to it. They can walk away from it when they want to, but they also can charge it and get a bunch of free movement with their whole army. So I'm not sure you want to summon it. It's like 18-inch range, D3 mortals, the dudes in 6, then -1 to cast for wizards in 12. Nah, you probably don't cast this. I think it's a bit risky. Maybe like if your opponent really has castled up, like they're playing some weird Nighthaunt hero stack list and they got like 5 heroes and 3 units standing in a blob in the middle of the battlefield, and they've left an Everblaze comet sized hole in the middle of that formation, go ahead and cast it. Why not? That'll be a lot of damage, so it's neat to have up your sleeve. Same thing with not same thing. It's better than Celestial Vortex. Like there's a better use case for this than there is for Celestial Vortex. And yeah, Arcane Disruption I guess might be relevant. Who knows? And if you can summon it, okay. What you want to do, I think, is summon this in combat range, right? So just to double check, this thing doesn't have a movement, and we'll just double check the manifestation law. If there is not a friendly Everblaze comet on the battlefield, pick a friendly Stormcast Eternals wizard to cast this spell, then make a casting roll 2d6, set it up wholly with an 18. So I'm pretty sure you can set this up in combat with the enemy. So I think what you want to do, set it up in combat with the enemy, then rely on the fact that it only has 5 wounds, that the enemy will just kill it. So you can summon it, do your D3 mortals in sort of a bomb, and then your opponent will kill it. I think that's how you use this. Which, on top of the fact that you have a really cool spell lore, it's a shame that we don't have good wizards in the army, right? Gardus is kind of cool because you'll have options to for a whole bunch of spells. But even then, he brings his own really good spell. So you want to be casting Atavistic Tempest. You want to be casting Starfall. The -1 to wound spell is good. You've got Dias Arcanum you want to get up. Everblaze Comet can be good for some mortal wounds if you can sort of guarantee that it's going to die. I actually think their magic is on point. Like Stormcast magic looks really good, aside from the fact that they have stuff all wizards. All the wizards got kicked out in the Sacrosanct thing. But I mean, they're still in there for a year. Just hoping we get another hero that's like replaces the Toralon maybe, or that like we get a double caster that's not Krondus. All right, Lord Vigilant. This guy's new. We're getting there. We only got like a few more to go. Stormcast have way too many Warscrolls. We got move 12, so pretty quick. 8 health, 3 up save. Hero Cavalry, Ruination Chamber. So not flying, even though this is like a Gryph sort of crow. It's a Stalker. Okay. Hallowed Great Axe, 5 attacks, 3 threes, 2 damage. So normal sort of profile. And he's got 3 attacks, 4 threes, 1 range, 2 damage on the Beacon Talons. So doing okay, but not a huge amount of damage. I think the reason you take him is because he can deliver judgment once per battle army. Pick a friendly non-hero Ruination Chamber unit wholly within 12 of this unit. That unit can use 2 fight abilities this phase. After the first is used, however, the unit has strike last for the rest of the turn. So it could be Prosecutors, but I think the only unit you really want to use this on is Reclusians. Because Prosecutors don't do that much damage. And neither does like the Lord Terminos won't do enough by himself. Oh, it can't be a hero one anyway, so he can't pick himself. Has to be Reclusians, or I think they're the only 2 Ruination Chamber units there are that are eligible targets. I do want to point out something about how these abilities are worded. If you haven't seen my other videos, this ability is non-functional at the moment. Obviously, it's clear what it's supposed to do. So like when someone uses it, let them just use it the way it's supposed to work. But the effect here is the unit can use 2 fight abilities this phase. There's no restriction in the rules that prevents you from using 2 fight abilities. The only restrictions on abilities are that you can't use more than 1 core ability in the same phase, and you can't use the exact same ability. So when you look at, remember we looked at like Neave Blacktalon? She has her own version of the fight ability, and it has core in it. And the reason it needs that core keyword is to stop you using both the normal fight ability and her fight ability. So they're sort of aware of it, but they just haven't cottoned on, I guess, to the fact that they've written this in a way where this is non-functional. It doesn't override the restriction on using the same ability twice. So your units don't have any access to any other fight abilities except the ability called fight, right? This is not talking about the ability called fight. It's talking about abilities with the fight keyword. And literally the only unit in the entire book that has access to an ability, fight keyworded ability, other than the ability called fight is Neave Blacktalon. So you can use 2 of them, but you don't have access to another one that's not core keyworded. So you're not overriding the restriction on using 2 core abilities, and you're not overriding the restriction on using the same ability twice. So there's 2 restrictions that prevent you from actually fighting twice, even if you have this effect. Regardless, like I think we know what this is supposed to do, and when my opponents use this ability against me, I'm just gonna resolve it the way I think it's supposed to work, which is the way everyone thinks it's supposed to work. It just needs an errata or something so that it's worded properly. Anyway, yeah, a bit sad that you have like really limited options. You can only really pick Reclusians as the target for this, but Reclusians do slap. So what are we doing? We got the Lord, what's he called? Lord Vigilant. No. Vigilant on Gryph Stalker, and he's got like fight twice for a Ruination. I always forget the name of it. Ruination Chamber guy. Reclusians. So you can use it on like if you have 6 Prosecutors or whatever, but you probably don't want to because they don't have enough damage. Probably. Actually, when we look at Reclusians, I don't know. Reclusians might not do that much damage either. And he's got the Ruination Chamber thing. Okay, kind of neat. not a ton of targets in the book for the like Quicksilver Draft or the Mirror Shield. Like most of these things, I guess this guy is not infantry, so you might want to put Mirror Shield on a unit like this because he doesn't get the restriction against being shot from guarded heroes. He only gets the -1 to hit. So Mirror Shield could be quite good if you're taking the Lord Vigilant or one of the guys on a horseback. And then the Quicksilver Draft is probably better if you're taking a Star Drake or maybe the Knight-Draconis guy. All right, Lord Terminos, the dude with the big axe. So we don't have a picture of his model. So 5-inch move, 6 health, 3 up save, 2 control. He's got the standard sort of foot hero profile for Stormcast. He's got the Blade Terminos, which is 4 attacks, 3s, 2s, 2 rend, 3 damage with crit mortal. So this thing kind of slaps. He's got the extra +1 to wound. He's got rend 2 and damage 3, even if he drops 1 attack. This thing's really cool. He's got the Ruination Chamber ability and a Memorian token. This unit's Memorian is a token. Add 3 to the control scores of friendly Ruination Chamber units wholly within 12 of this unit while the Memorian is on the battlefield. So we get some extra control even to himself, I think. He gets 5 control and the Reclusians all get +3 control to the unit. If you make an unmodified save roll of a 1, then you lose the Memorian. But you still take the damage. He doesn't jump in the way of it, like a good little bodyguard. Reaction, you declared a fight ability for this unit. He's got the bad ability that does nothing, but you do add 1 to hit rolls with the other unit. It's got to be Ruination Chamber, infantry only. Terrible. Kind of sad. This guy gives you some control score, which, it could be all right. Maybe if you give him the heroic trait to stack it with there's like Stalwart Defender or something, so he has extra control score from that and from this. He could be giving quite a lot of control score, and you could really stack on an objective. I think that might be a strategy. That command trait is looking pretty good, especially if you want to stack it up. But I don't know. Lord Terminos, big axe, bad rules, adds control score. Pretty boring, I think. I don't like adding control score as like a generic thing you staple onto a whole bunch of stuff. I like if you take like the banner guy and he gives you control score, but generally I just think this is really dull. So tacking it onto the guy with the huge executioner axe, I want this guy to go around executing people. I want him to have some real badass, real like smashy kind of abilities, but he doesn't. He just like fights and then gives you like +1 to hit, which we're probably just going to not take this guy and then give you a unit all out attack or something. I really don't like it. It's kind of boring. I don't think it's worth taking, using up a hero slot for. All right, you got Reclusians, 5-inch move, 3 health each, 3+ save. They got Rune Blessed weapons for 3 attacks, 3 threes, 1, 2 damage with crit mortal. So they do even better than the Prosecutors, even when the Prosecutors get their +1 damage from charging, because they got that crit mortal. That's a fairly high damage profile. It's similar to the Annihilators with shields, but they've got crit mortal. They don't have 2+ to save like those Annihilators, but they do have a Ruination Chamber resistance roll, which is pretty handy to have on elite units like this, because if you've got a reinforced unit of Reclusians, your opponent is going to want to target it with debuffs and things. So this is a good thing to have to protect yourself from that. Memorian Descendants. This unit's Memorians are tokens. There are 2 Memorians for every 3 models in the unit. While any of this unit's Memorians are on the battlefield, add 1 to the unit's resistance rolls when using the Ruination Chamber ability. Okay, that's kind of neat. Each time you make an unmodified save roll. Okay, so it's not each time you make an unmodified resistance roll or you fail a resistance roll. It's when they make an unmodified save roll. And I think that's going to happen really quickly. Yeah, that'll happen really quickly. The first time you get attacked, you're probably going to make a couple unmodified save rolls of 1 and lose both your Memorians, and then you'll lose the bonus. The bonus is not very big, though. Like, the resistance roll still works really well without it. I don't know. When I compare these to Annihilators, how many points are they? Maybe they're kind of cheap. Like, I thought these guys would be real, real powerful. but Reclusians are 150 for 3, and Annihilators are 180. So Annihilators with the shields are better. I feel like I don't want these. Even though they can fight twice. Fight twice is pretty good, but you have to take like the Lord Vigilant. How much is the Lord Vigilant? 210. For the price of a Lord Vigilant and a unit of Reclusians, I could just take 2 units of Annihilators, or like the reinforced unit of Annihilators, and get the thing that makes the enemy strike last. I don't know. They got okay attacks, similar to Annihilators. Resistance roll instead of 2+. I feel like 2+ armor save is going to be more beneficial overall, but I don't know, the resistance roll is kind of neat. Really depends on what kind of abilities are out there and how important it is to ignore them. So this could end up being just way better, but there's only 3 of them, and I guess if they reinforce, you do get 4 Reclusians, so this happens on a 3-up. And you can, I guess the other thing to think is they've got the sub-faction, so they can get a 5-up ward. Good with the sub-faction. I reckon a unit of these getting the 5-up ward, that's very good. The Annihilators can't get the ward. They have to scab off Gardus Steel Soul or something. Whereas these guys, they can just be rocking around with the 5-up ward. That more than makes up for the 2+ armor. Annihilators get torn apart by mortal wounds, but these guys, you take the sub-faction that you can give a unit a 5-up ward, and you just give it to these guys every single turn. Basically that's your sub-faction ability that these guys get a ward, and you feel pretty good about it. They're infantry, so they absorb +1 attack from blessed weapons. They absorb +1 to wound from finest hour. The save, +1 to save, helps them as well. Because they're fighting twice, the +1 to save is actually really useful. Like the fact that this thing makes them strike last. So you fight with the Reclusians, expecting to not destroy the enemy unit. They fight you back a little bit, and you take some damage, but you've got +1 to your save from finest hour, and you've got your 5-up ward, so you don't take a ton of damage. Then you fight again, and you do a ton of damage. I'm warming on them. They're a lot like Chosen. They absorb buffs well. I guess the other thing for Annihilators could be the Envoy of the Heavens command or heroic trait. That would give them a 5-up. All right, Ionis Cryptborn. Saving the best till last, quite possibly. This guy looked pretty cool. All right, 12-inch move, 16 health, 3-up save, and 5 control, so good wheel. Pretty durable dude. He's got Spirit Scouring Flames, which is 9 attacks, 2s and 4s, with 2 rend, 1 damage, shooting combat companion. So this is pretty likely to do some damage, which is kind of neat. He's got Soulbreaker, which is 4 attacks, 3 threes, 1, 2, so not a ton of damage coming out of him. And then Thorax, Ancient Claws, he's got 6 attacks, 4s to hit, 2s to wound, 2 rend, 3 damage companion. So not as beady as some of the other heroes, but still a fair bit of damage. While this unit has 10 or more damage points, the attacks characteristic of his claws is 4, so it drops down 2 attacks. And you've got this prayer to chant, Lightning Tempest. I'm so excited for this prayer. Pick a visible enemy unit within 12 to be struck by lightning. Literally struck by lightning. Bam. Ionis, you son of a gun. Inflict D3 mortal damage on that unit, then roll a dice. On a 1 or a 2, the sequence ends. On a 3+, pick another enemy unit within 3 of that unit to be struck by lightning and inflict D3 mortal damage on it. If the chanting roll was 10+, you can pick another enemy unit within 6 inches of that unit instead of 3 inches. Keep rolling dice this way until the sequence ends. So I feel like the way they've worded this is perhaps a little bit confusing, but basically you pick a unit within 12 inches, they take D3, then you roll another dice, and on 3-up, you get to pick another unit next to them, and you get to chain lightning through enemy units I don't know why edition after edition after edition they keep giving us a spell called Chain Lightning, and it always doesn't chain. It's like, oh yeah, pick a spot or pick a guy and it does a bunch of damage to units around them. It's like a bomb effect or something. Why don't they make Chain Lightning actually chain? Well, they finally have. I'm very, very happy to see it working. The difference of the 10 plus is not in that it bounces more times, it's that it bounces a longer distance. So it's possible that 10 plus doesn't matter much. You're really just looking for the 5-up, I think, most of the time. So you hit a unit and it'll bounce to another unit, potentially bounce to another unit, potentially bounce to another unit. So as long as you keep rolling 3-ups and there is another unit for it to bounce to, then you'll get some damage. Most of the time, I expect this will just be a D3 damage spell. Maybe you get 2 D3 out of it if you're on a good day. But once in a while, you'll get a ton of damage out of it, and it'll feel like when you're using the old Curse of Years, and you just keep chaining and it just keeps working, and it's sort of fun to see that. Most of the time I'd expect to get, 2 or 3 damage out of this. Fun to have. This guy is a priest too, so you can chant the Unlimited Prayer, and you can chant Translocation, I think, or Bless Weapons, either of them, to just build up points. All right, so you've got 2 different prayers to generate points that don't target anything, and then you've got things like Lightning Tempest to use the prayers on, although you probably just want to be casting like Blessed Weapons and stuff. All right, once per turn, army, any shooting phase. You've got the Spirit Scouring Flames. Pick an enemy unit that had any damage points allocated to it this turn by attacks made with this unit's Spirit Scouring Flames to be the target. Effect, the target has the Soulburned keyword. So no matter how many units you damage, if you split your attacks 9 ways and you're successful with all of them, you only get to pick one of them, once per turn army, one of them to be soulburned. Which is a bit unfortunate, but when we read soulburned, that's very fair. So any shooting phase, soulburned. Declare this unit can use this ability even if it has been destroyed. Okay. Back from the grave, Ionis, burning ya. Pick any number of soulburned enemy units to be the targets. Effect, roll a d3 for each target on a 2+, inflict an amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. So it just does d3 mortals, but it happens any shooting phase. So twice a battle round, the soulburned unit is taking d3 each time, and I'm pretty sure there's no way to get rid of it. Right, before you used to be able to heal, and you could take the soulburned keyword off the unit. I don't think you can take Soulburned off the unit now. It will just burn to death. So it's fair that you can't put this on 4 units a turn, because any unit you manage to stick this on each turn, and it can be any shooting phase. So if your opponent puts a different unit, a new not Soulburned unit within covering fire range, you can use covering fire and shoot that. You can shoot in combat as well. So even if you charge Ionis, he can still Soulburn you. Very, very interesting ability. Just sort of damage over times you, and it's not even a small amount of damage. D3 every single shooting phase, your turn and my turn. It's the whole unit. So you can just pick one of the best units they have, and reliably, if you can get in turn 1, you might have 8 lots of D3 damage through the course of the game just from that. You pick any number of soulburned enemy units. So if you keep tagging things with soulburn, you keep stacking up this. It's like a little mini game. You want to get it on as many units as possible. So I actually think Ionis is really fun. Maybe a bit frustrating for your enemy that once you're soulburned, you can't do anything about it. You just keep taking the damage. But I think the fact that this guy is a priest 2 alone, even if he didn't have anything on his war scroll, the fact that he's priest 2 is a big selling point for taking him. But he's a pretty decent beat stick in combat. He's got a really powerful shooting attack, and he's got a cool prayer. So I think Ionis is stonks. Chain lightning that actually works like a chain. He's got an inescapable dot that burns you to death. That's pretty neat. And double praise. Double praise. Yeah, very, very handy to have in your list. I think your prayers are really, really good. Having translocation and blessed weapons on this guy is really handy because it's not just that you can pray two different things, it's that you can double pray every turn. So if you want to get like the empowered effect, the 12-inch aura of +1 attack, which is really big, you can pray Healing Storm to just build up points, and then in the same turn, you can pray Blessed Weapons. Like, it's really quick to stack up points if you're praying twice as much. So this is, I think, really neat. This War Scroll is really fun. And I think that's the last one. I can hear myself losing my voice, and I've been at this for like 4 hours. So I was going to do the supplement as well. Geez. Look, I think I'm going to have to add this another time. All right. I'm sorry if you had a bunch of Sacrosanct stuff and a bunch of Paladins. I had a bunch of Retributors and Judicators and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to leave it for another time because I'm checking out of this one. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you leave a like. It doesn't notify all your friends on YouTube. I think that's the main reason I don't like things, is because I've been conditioned by Facebook to avoid making a fuss. But on YouTube, it really just helps the creator out. It's like donating without actually spending any money. So I really appreciate that. And I probably will put donation links on this. If you want to donate once off, donate through Coffee. If you want a regular donation, donate through Patreon. You could be the first person to donate to the channel. So I'd really appreciate that. And yeah, I'm going to leave it there for this one. Hopefully that's helpful and not just really, really long, because it was certainly really, really long for me. But I have enjoyed going through the rules, and I think I've got a better grasp on what Stormcast Eternals are capable of now. So there you go. Have a good one.